Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast event. Today's topic is data protection, disaster recovery as a service, and disaster recovery. We have an incredible lineup of presenters for you on this event. You'll hear from experts at Nutanix, Datrium, Unitrends, Cohesity, Druva, Progress, Metallic, Clumio, and ArcServe. Thank you so much for joining us. We know that your life as an IT professional is busy. I know that this event will be worth your time investment. If you have disaster recovery and data protection challenges, you're in the right place. This event is for you. We want your questions and we want to help you solve your technology challenges. This event is produced by Actual Tech Media. My name is David Davis, and I'm excited to be your moderator for today's event. Now, before we jump into it, just a little bit of housekeeping here that you first need to be aware of. This is a MegaCast event, and as such, we have a mega lineup of prizes. I'll be talking about the requirements for those prize drawings here in just a moment, so make sure that you stay tuned for those. When it comes to questions, I encourage you to use the questions box in the left-hand side of your audience console. We get hundreds of questions on these events, and we'll be doing our best to respond to every one of them. I'll be queuing up the best questions about today's topic for the dedicated Q&A session with each presenter. Social. We want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your console. There's a Twitter icon at the bottom of the screen, and today's hashtag will be automatically appended. And finally, resources. In the handouts tab to the left of the slides window, we have a hand-selected resource from each of today's expert presenters, so make sure that you check those out. Now, on this event, we will be announcing the winners of 5 iPhone 11 Pros. And yes, you can select your choice of color. We'll also be giving out an Amazon $500 gift card every 30 minutes after every presenter on today's event. So an incredible lineup of prizes. You must be live in attendance to qualify for the prize drawings. There are a number of other legal prize terms and conditions that you should be aware of. Those terms and conditions can be found there in the handouts tab. If you scroll to the bottom, all prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. Winners do have the option to make a donation to a selected charity. In fact, Actual Tech Media has been partnering with Direct Relief, and until COVID is beat, we are donating $500 to Direct Relief for every MegaCast, EcoCast, and Summit event that we run. We've also partnered with the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund and One Tree Planted in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can download free technology books at gorilla.guide. It's a huge library of books, and there are tons of resources there, so I encourage you to check that out. Like I said, the hashtag for today's event on Twitter is ATM MegaCast. I'll be monitoring that hashtag. I'll be tweeting on that hashtag, and I encourage you to do that, again, from the bottom of your console there using the Twitter icon. You can follow Actual Tech Media on Twitter, and feel free to follow me as well, David M. Davis. You can subscribe to all the Actual Tech Media channels on the top right-hand side of your console there using the YouTube icon, Facebook icon, the 10 on Tech podcast. And yes, we post our latest and greatest content over on LinkedIn, so I encourage you to follow us there. Now, before we jump into it with today's first presenter, I want to first do a little bit of stage setting and talk about what you need to know when it comes to preparing for disaster in 2020 and beyond. Of course, the bad news is that organizations, as you probably know, are struggling with compliance, with disaster preparation, with constant complexity, dynamically changing environments, massively growing data sets, and at the same time, we in IT are being looked at to control our costs more and more. And then there's statistics like these in the news where 36% of companies are being hit with security breaches. Large amounts of data are being stolen when those companies are breached. The costs of these breaches are huge and in many cases put companies out of business. One study said that the average cost of unplanned downtime was $555,000. And I like this statistic more than any other. That is, only 18% of those surveyed said that their current data protection solution would be able to meet future business challenges. And to me, that's a big reason that these data protection and disaster recovery events that we do are just so popular, because the aging legacy data protection solutions that are in place simply aren't cutting it in today's dynamic environments, and they're not meeting the needs of the business. And most likely, they're not meeting your needs either, or else you wouldn't be spending so much time learning about new solutions in an event like this. Now, the good news is that we're making major advances in availability and data protection with new technology like cloud-based data protection, continuous replication, automated failover, and high-speed recovery. And you'll be learning about solutions that leverage these technologies and have these features today on this event. The latest and greatest data protection solutions have also become more affordable thanks to virtualization, cloud computing, the pay-as-you-go OpEx utility-based pricing model, public cloud offerings for data protection, and simply new innovations in software. So what's my take? Well, my recommendation is do what makes your life in IT easier. Do what makes your data protection and DR as reliable and as easy and as affordable as possible. Leverage the latest technology when it comes to data protection and DR, and constantly educate yourself on new solutions and on how you can keep your company's data secure. And finally, test new solutions, do POCs, try out the new innovations for yourself, because in my opinion, sometimes seeing is believing. So that's why today's event is so important. You've got data protection and disaster recovery challenges, and we have answers. And with that, I've got a couple of poll questions that I want to get your feedback on related to your disaster recovery and data protection challenges. All right, the first poll question there is on the screen, and I'll share the results of this poll with you so you can see how you stack up with your peers on today's MegaCast. The question is, how many backup products are you managing across your data centers and the cloud, including public cloud? So I'm curious to learn the answer to this one because I hear some people have more than one. That's what I hear. But let's see what happens with the results here. Thank you, everyone who responded. You just answered the question there in the slides window. We've got lots of responses coming in. All right, really good feedback. Thank you, everyone. Let me share the results of this poll with you. And look at that. 54% said they had 2 to 3 backup products. 10% have 4 to 5. Even 1% have 6 to 7. 3% have 8 or more backup products. So, wow, that's incredible. Just 25% of those on the event today have a single backup product. I can only imagine the efficiency that would be gained by going from, say, 4 to 5 or 2 to 3 backup products down to just 1. So thank you, everyone who responded to that poll. Very insightful information. Next poll that I'm bringing up now before I introduce you to our first presenter, and that is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing data protection and disaster recovery solutions at your company? I'll leave this up for just a moment. We are bringing our first presenter on the line now. All right, excellent. Thank you, everyone who responded to that poll. It's now time to introduce our first presenter on today's Data Protection MegaCast. I'm excited to introduce Teresa Miller, Principal Technologist in the Technology Advocacy Group at Cohesity. Teresa, are you there?
I am excited to be
Great.
here today. It's always a fun time with this group, so glad to be here.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Take it away.
I will. Awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and get over to my slide deck. So we are going to talk about M365. Microsoft recently changed the name of Office 365, so we're working through that transition now of all getting used to saying M365, and we're going to do a data protection reality check. As mentioned, my name's Teresa Miller. I'm a Principal Technologist with Cohesity. So that I'd like to get you thinking about as we move forward through our little bit of time together today. And one is that there was a prediction that by this year, 70% of enterprises were expected to run their businesses on SaaS applications. And I think, overall, we're starting to really see that. There's a lot of cloud-first initiatives. Now, a couple other interesting points, too. 1 in 5 corporate employees now use M365 as a cloud service. And M365 is the most widely used cloud service by user count. And I found this especially interesting, but almost not surprising in the sense, with the current pandemic, Microsoft actually saw a 12 million new user account addition of Teams as remote workers have been increasing because we have to. So I thought that was all pretty interesting, and I'm wondering how this translates to your business, but at the end of the day, I suspect you can relate. So now let's just do a quick overview. So we're going to talk a little bit about that enterprise cloud journey, whether you are using M365 or not. We're going to kind of do a reality check on data as a whole. From there, we're going to talk a little bit about M365 Exchange Online and OneDrive, and what you get natively from those solutions to protect your data, and really give you the ability to correlate if those things work for you, if they're going to meet your SLAs and business requirements or not. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how Cohesity can help. So that enterprise cloud journey is kind of interesting. I think, whatever we end up deploying to our enterprises, it'll be similar. It might be slightly different. Our environments have different demands. Our users have different requirements. But I think at the end of the day, we all likely have ended up with data in the cloud, and we really need to think about how we're protecting that. And here's a few reasons why. I'm not sure if you were aware. I personally found some of these statistics fascinating, is that ransomware, whether you're in the cloud or not, ransomware can happen. And so a new business will fall victim to ransomware every 11 seconds by next year, according to Cybersecurity Ventures predictions. That's a lot of risk. And then, according to Statista, there were 409 reported national disasters last year, and we're already, unfortunately, off to a sizable start this year, with half the year being over. And then, just last year, from a phishing perspective, our phishing emails increased 109% over the past 2 years. And a data disaster can cost $5,600 per minute. And I know in the intro there was, a nice summary of how that could translate on average. But think about how much money you could lose, even from a per minute perspective. That's really significant. So as we think about that enterprise cloud journey, a lot of us are, like we discussed, have a cloud-first initiative. We're putting data in the cloud. We're using software as a service, which is likely why many of you have so many different backup applications. We're all likely functioning in some form of a hybrid mode, and we still have our on-prem applications. We're not replacing everything we were doing on-prem with the cloud. Some things, but not everything. We have data everywhere. So with that, I'd like to talk a little bit more about that risk. And this one is specific to M365 Exchange Online. This happened to me and my team. So basically, one of our support desk technicians received a call that a C-level executive couldn't find an email that was critical. It turns out with some research, they at least were able to figure out they couldn't find it, right? It was inadvertently fat finger deleted several months back without realizing it. And so this was something that was escalated to third level. And so that's where I came in. So we started researching it, and we had deployed just native solutions, meaning that, from a cloud perspective, we deployed what Microsoft was offering us to be able to protect our data. And it was really eye-opening because we were never able to get that message back. And we learned that without having the right backup and policies in place, it just wasn't able to be recovered. And that's not a situation you ever want a C-level executive being in. And so we quickly went on an investigative journey to figure out how we were going to protect our data differently. When we talk about data responsibility, so like that email that went missing, we quickly learned that it was our business responsibility to take care of that data. This just kind of reiterates that. So you as the SaaS customer are responsible for user errors, so those fat finger deletes. You're responsible for insider threats if there's ransomware or phishing that attacks data. The security issues, again, with the ransomware and phishing and the viruses, those types of things, if they attack your data, you're responsible for being able to get that data back. And then even application usage, so how users are using Outlook, for example. Are they doing things that could have inadvertently caused that message to get deleted, or calendar meetings to get corrupted, et cetera. Now, the SaaS provider also does allow some level of protection, but it's more on the platform side. When you think about it, especially on the SaaS side, you never touch infrastructure anymore with that. So they're going to be responsible for those infrastructure failures, those back-end application failures. So again, if we think about Exchange Online, there's a web front end that they're responsible for. That's what we mean by application failure. And disasters. And in some cases, you have to purchase extra protection for the level of disaster protection that you want. But in the end, when you break this down, the customer and the provider, the SaaS provider, have different interest in the data and how it's being protected. So remember that your data is your data, and that you really, really need to take the right steps to protect it. So that leads me into the next part of my presentation here, where we're going to talk about Exchange Online and OneDrive and those native options that Microsoft provides you in M365. And for some of you, these may be fine, but for others of you, you may look at your SLAs and what leadership expects, and you might realize that this isn't enough. So let's take a look at Exchange Online specifically first, and the data retention limitations that you are presented with. So a deleted account or mailbox natively will only stay around for 30 days. Not sure how many of you have dealt with Exchange on-prem, but if you have, you know that you had more control over that. 30 days wasn't the cutoff. You could keep that stuff much longer. Now, in terms of deleted item recovery, a lot of administrators would leverage this. It's available right to the user in Outlook. They could go into their deleted item recovery or retention and pull back messages that were inadvertently deleted that they didn't expect to. On-prem, this was as limitless as you wanted it to be, as long as you were willing to pay for the storage on the back end. I know personally, I typically deployed about a 90-day deleted item recovery to prevent having to go to backup. But with M365, 30 days is the absolute max. Then we have options like litigation hold, which truly are intended more for compliance. And then there's retention policy, which is more purposed towards e-discovery. I do find that some admins do try to use like mailbox holds and retention policy to keep that data, but then you have to think about that unexpected disaster. What does it take to get that data out? So essentially, if you've ever run that process or workflow, you're going to find that you actually have a 10-step process that you need to fill the data in for, just to be able to then get to the point where you can export it to a PST. Now, with an alternative backup solution, you actually be able to deliver that right back into the mailbox. In this case, it's PST only. So 10 steps. And then the other thing is that I've run this, and then I've had it come back and say, well, the data search is too large. And then I've had to start over. And this can be hours later that I'm still even trying to get to the point where I can export a PST. Then I have a PST that I have to still pull back into a mailbox. So in any kind of mass quantity of data disaster on the email side, there's no SLA that you could promise. It's going to take time to get that data back. Now, if we shift and focus over to OneDrive, on the OneDrive side, we do have some better data retention SLAs natively. We have your deleted items and folders can have that data pulled back as far as 93 days. Your admin has the ability to go into the site collection recycle bin and go back as far as 30 days on your data, which can be very helpful. OneDrive, in this context, can actually be used to go back to a full point in time of 30 days. You do have to set this, and is recommended for ransomware protection, but again, 30 days, like ransomware oftentimes sits idle for a long time, and so 30 days still may not be far enough back. And then there is an account retention option. So what this means is you actually could have set your OneDrive to keep its data forever, but you would have had to have done it before you ever set up your first OneDrive. And so most of us didn't know about that before we did it, and so there's really no way to introduce this unless you have a brand new tenant. So the reality check here is that I think we need to be willing to think a little bit differently. Yes, there are native opportunities to protect our data, but do they meet our SLAs? As we talked about toward the beginning of the presentation, do we all have on-prem environments? And should we really be running on average 3 to 4 different backup solutions? Wouldn't it be fantastic to have one for on-prem and cloud? And manage them from a single pane of glass, which is an opportunity that we would provide that you can't get natively. What are your recovery point objectives? What are your recovery time objectives? Are you getting that out of the native solutions? Do you need ransomware protection? I've even talked to customers about needing to be able to isolate their data for legal and compliance. There's no way to do this natively in the standard M365 product suite. You can't keep that data anywhere else. And then what if you decided to leave the cloud? I mean, it's not an impossible thought. Do you have access to your data for exit planning? Sure, Microsoft will help with that, but they, of course, have extra charges to pull that down. And with the right data protection solution, you'd be able to manage that yourself. So the last part of my presentation here today is how to protect your cloud data with Cohesity. So just briefly, having spent many years in the enterprise, up until actually a year and a half ago, I was an enterprise solutions architect. And so just a little bit about the company. We were founded in 2013 by Dr. Mohit Aaron, who was the co-founder of Nutanix and the lead on the Google file system. We have an experienced team. We've had fantastic revenue growth year over year. We have some very strong investors, and we've won some and been recognized with some pretty fantastic awards by both CNBC and Gartner Peer Insights. So Cohesity for your cloud journey. We are cloud native and globally efficient. We were built in the time of cloud. So it's not like we were bolted on to anything pre-existing. We have one platform regardless of where your data is, and we allow you to manage less and innovate more. From a SaaS perspective with M365 Exchange Online and OneDrive, it actually functions very similar to the rest of our solution, whether it's on-prem or in the cloud. Essentially, you can back up that data, and you may notice here I have a backup to on-prem. You can absolutely back up your cloud data to an on-prem Cohesity, or if you follow that red Office 365 cloud to the right, you can back up your cloud data to the cloud. We have a cloud solution for that, giving you the flexibility that you need. And then we do have the ability to store any data you have in the form of long-term retention off to the cloud as well. Lots of flexibility with our solution. And then calling out to SharePoint protection is coming very soon, and Teams as well, but I'm expecting SharePoint before Teams. Just a couple customer case studies we did. A company called Cystic, they saw a 50% reduction in backup windows with instant restore from a single repository with our solution. And in terms of how we help them with their Office 365 or M365 data, we really simplified that process for them. And then we also have Casago. We were able to give them and help them with a 30% reduction in administration cost. So when I think back to all of you trying to administer your backups with as many as 8 different solutions, being able to get that down to 1, I think would be a significant administration cost reduction benefit for you. And then like Cohesity, they like that we have support for the cloud-based applications, including Office 365 email. So just a couple more points before we wrap things up and head over to some questions if there's time. So one, just this really high-level summary, give it a glance, but to recap, on our side, Cohesity, as opposed to like a cloud-only backup or a legacy backup solution, we're cloud native. We were born in the cloud era, so we were architected and designed for those needs. We're globally efficient. We give you one platform for everything, universal protection for everything, allowing you to manage less and innovate more. So there should have been a handout tied to this presentation, but we do have some other additional resources for you. There's some demos, like we have our backup and recovery demo for Exchange Online as well as OneDrive here. We have a fantastic subject matter expert ebook called Conversational Office 365 Backups, which will be renamed soon to the 365. And then we do have a couple other, like a solutions brief and a tip sheet that may also be helpful for you as you're doing your research and making decisions around data protection. And so with that, that wraps up my presentation. I'm wondering if we have any time for questions.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do have some questions for you, Teresa. Great presentation. While we do this Q&A, let's go ahead and just bring up a poll. That poll out there for everyone in the audience I want to call your attention to is, what additional information would you like about the Cohesity solution? And so we'll just leave that up while we answer some of these questions. So Teresa, lots of good questions came in there in the queue. I'm not sure if you see those. First question I wanted to ask you is just around the licensing model for M365. I'm going to have trouble remembering that, but for M365,
I know,
what's the licensing
so hard.
model for? Yeah, I agree. To protect it.
Yeah, so from a licensing perspective, we do everything based upon actually what you're using from a storage perspective. But don't panic when you hear that, because we actually deduplicate and compress all of that data. So the data reduction is significant. And if you think back to the slide where I had the customer example, they saw 50% data reduction in their backups. And so, everybody's data is different, so that's not any kind of a promise, but we do see that type of significant, sometimes even more reduction, which turns into big cost savings. It doesn't matter how many users, mailboxes, or OneDrive users you're trying to protect. It's all based on the storage.
Got it. Okay. Let's see. Good. So next question is there a way to reduce data protection costs with Cohesity? Is that just done through deduplication, or is there something else?
Yeah, so it is. It's primarily through the deduplication and compression that we provide. And then, of course, we're not charging you per user. So I think the two really go hand in hand and really do save our customers some money. And if you can also reduce your administration costs too by having, one solution to do everything for your backups, I think you can also look forward to some of those benefits as well.
Okay, nice. This is a good question here, I think, from Dino. He's asking, does Cohesity have data protection for non-M365 data, such as Oracle databases, Microsoft, Windows servers, Linux servers, and more?
Yes. All of the above. So that's a really great question. So anything Windows-based, we also can protect Linux. We do Oracle SQL. We do Exchange On-prem. From a cloud perspective, we're multi-cloud as well. So any, GCP workloads, AWS workloads, Azure workloads, M365. And then on top of that, we even go as far as we can actually act as a second tier NAS solution. And then I think the last thing I'd call out from the server side, we actually do a level of ransomware protection on our servers where we're looking for anomalies essentially in your data. And so based upon that, then we can call out and say, hey, this server is something you should check out, and it'll show up in the ransomware report for you to take a look at. So a lot of really full, broad spectrum coverage with our solution from a data protection perspective.
Nice. All right. So I think we're running out of time for our live Q&A session here. There's at least 20 really good questions there for you in the queue. Before we go, though, I wanted to ask you, what do you recommend people do to get started and learn more about Cohesity?
Yeah, so we did provide that handout. I believe you'll be distributing. Definitely take a look at the resources that I shared. But, if none of that's available to you, I would strongly suggest going out to cohesity.com. I know I personally have written a lot of blogs. My team has. So there's a lot of really great information there. And then we also have the Cohesity YouTube channel, which is pretty easy to find with a quick Google search. I have many, many product demos out there where you can just see how simple things are and how similar the experience is to really help cut down on that administrative overhead.
Excellent. All right. Well, you got lots of good feedback, lots of good comments on your presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today, Teresa.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And for more information on Cohesity, as Teresa mentioned, I just brought up the additional resources slide. And if you actually mouse over any of those links, you can click on them and they'll open up a new tab or window in your web browser. So I'll just leave that up while I announce our first Amazon $500 gift card winner is going to Christopher Gartner from Texas. Congratulations to Christopher Gartner from Texas. We'll reach out to you to deliver your Amazon $500 gift card. So tons more grand prizes and gift cards to give away still, so make sure you stay tuned for those. All right, and now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's MegaCast. That is Mr. Steve Siegel, Head of Product Marketing at Clumio. Steve, are you there?
I am here.
Thank you for being on the
All right.
event. You take it away.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. Delighted to be here. Very much looking forward to taking you through some slides where we describe a bit about Clumio and what we're doing in this space around data protection and disaster recovery, and that sort of thing. So let's go ahead and get to it. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to talk today about how we really significantly help customers crush their data retention costs, particularly around mission-critical apps for AWS applications, although the benefits also apply to the AWS data sources and workloads that we support. So one of the key questions we wanted to start out with, and we've used this in some of the other events, we'll just show you some of the data here, but we ask customers, where are you in your cloud journey? You know, are you still on-prem trying to get to cloud? Are you doing a lift and shift and that kind of thing? And are you in SaaS? And you see here is the data based on a webcast we did a couple of months ago. And the net of it ultimately is, you know, where are people on their cloud journey? They're everywhere, right? There are certainly people in certain applications staying on private cloud. Not surprisingly, SaaS is a very popular consumption model. So for where there are apps available, people go there. And then there are multiple flavors of public cloud, either being lift and shift to get there quickly, which has worked out for some, not always for others, but then also public cloud optimized, PaaS optimized, and then cloud native development. So the common thread here is the fact that everybody is at a different point in their journey, and we kind of believe this to be true, but we actually collected some data and found and confirmed it, actually, that it is true. So when you look at this environment and this, you know, again, this all cloud world, as we call it, you know, what we found is there's a set of data protection challenges that, you know, everybody really has to deal with. And it has to do with, not surprisingly, data vulnerabilities, you know, the worry about losing data or getting exposed to ransomware, which in these trying times, unfortunately seems to be getting even more prevalent. And in particular, getting to the cloud, that if customers don't really understand or, you know, the nuances and complexities of cloud pricing models and whatnot, there can be a lot of hidden costs. And we've seen things from a data protection point of view in particular really skyrocket in general. You know, you get egress charges, you have to worry about long-term retention. We'll get into the details later, but this is a significant problem for most companies, right? And then from the point of view of, you know, why do we back up? Why do we protect data? It's because at some point we're ultimately going to need it. Well, when you look at it, getting your data back can be really complicated. And so we recognize that that's a key problem as well. And, you know, there's a lot of experience out there. Data protection and backup is not new. But if you look at the approaches, you know, that have been taken, there's a lot of complexity involved with managing that infrastructure in the on-prem world. And what we find is a lot of companies who try to bring that into the cloud world very seldom can find their ways to be successful without dealing with a huge amount of cost and complexity. So that's kind of the backdrop of what we were trying to do here at Clumio. So by way of introduction, here at Clumio, you know, our goal is to provide data protection for an all-cloud world. We are a single secure service for enterprise backup and data protection. It has the hallmark of what we call authentic SaaS, right? It's got to be easy to manage, right? It's got to have predictable costs. We are built in the cloud, and if you're going to be managing cloud workloads, you need to be able to scale with them. And what we found is the only real way to do that is to architect and build a service that is built in the cloud and can take advantage of all the key capabilities that the cloud has to offer. And we'll show you a little bit more about that in our architecture. And then last but certainly not least, you know, at the end of the day, this is critical data for companies. You've got to have always-on security and a keen focus on compliance. We talk about our security-first strategy, and we've actually seen some good traction with companies who are in sectors like not only public sector, financial services, but in particular healthcare. And obviously the requirements there are very well known from the point of view of requirements for compliance and data privacy and that kind of thing. And so, you know, we've had a couple of announcements this year in particular, but now we support data sources in Amazon Web Services, Microsoft 365. We actually launched the company with support for VMware and VMware Cloud. But at the same time, to support our security first and compliance strategies, we're still a relatively young company, but we have our ISO certification, our SOC 2 Type 1, we're HIPAA compliant and PCI DSS compliant, and we've got a lot more on our roadmap, but the point is we wanted to build that in from the start because we knew how important data protection was going to be to our customers. So that's really where we've been focusing, again, by way of introduction. Let's get a little bit to our architecture here. We're cloud optimized from day one. What we're really working to do in our architecture is unleash the power of the public cloud, so we take advantage of the investments in security infrastructure, environmental security, and that sort of thing. But we also take advantage of the significant microservices and cloud services that, in this case, AWS has to offer around Lambda. Right, we take advantage of S3. It also gives us faster access to innovation. We couple that with our proactive support team. Right, we actually build and monitor and manage the workflows for backup for our customers. We actually call them at times when we see issues, if a VM or a volume went down or a volume had an issue, we can point those out to customers so they can get them turned back on and get their backups to run. So really significantly leverages cloud infrastructure and cloud native services. So to get into some of the other details here around this, we did some work with more insights and strategy. They highlighted some data that we saw, looking again to these challenges of public cloud adoption. It's not just us saying it, right? You see data that shows security, governance, and compliance, all data protection issues being the most significant items that customers are recognizing they have to be able to address, and things that have been impeding them in getting to the cloud. Cost, also another big item, and we'll go into detail around that. And then dealing with complexity, the lack of resources and expertise, managing things in a multi-cloud environment or an all-cloud environment, and just getting data to the cloud, all creates a lot of complexity for customers. And you see this is a pretty sizable sample here. And so when we looked at it, when you break it down as we click down a bit and get into the next level, there's really three major business requirements, and these have evolved over time, right, from the point of view of data protection and backup. But the net of it is you got to work on operational recovery, right, protect data from accidental deletions and mistakes that happen. Traditionally in the on-prem world, it's been taken care of by storage arrays and storage snapshots. Data recovery, right, where you're recovering from some kind of significant outage in your primary storage, or data compromise, ransomware, et cetera, other kinds of accidental data loss that you can't recover from very quickly. And then also compliance retention, that long-term requirement. The example we always use, a very straightforward one, is healthcare, where those requirements are requiring 7 years of data. And if you look at it, in the cloud, right, one of the things is, typically what's provided for operational recovery by the cloud providers is that ability to have, snapshots that can help in short-term operational recovery to get over those glitches. But from the point of view of data recovery, the ability to recover from ransomware, from other types of longer-term account compromise, right, it's really the customer's responsibility. And certainly the same goes and is true for extended data retention. And the challenge for customers is to figure out how to manage all of that across these multiple layers. Traditionally, if you look at it, all of these different layers have been handled by different technologies in the on-prem world. But I'll go build this out in the interest of time. But when you look at that, when you get to the cloud, Snapshots is really the only game in town. It really is the primary strategy that you have to deal with to address each of these. And they work reasonably well. You have in the operational recovery area, you have to deal with some complex scripting and managing of snapshots and retention times because there are retention limits. Most of the snapshots are limited to 35 days. In AWS, you have 100 snapshots per account limitation, right? So you have to deal with that complexity. If you want to deal with data recovery, you have to deal with not only the complexity of the base scripts, but you have to now make extra copies in separate accounts, right? Manage that complexity. And oh, by the way, the cost of snapshots is usually 2 to 5 times that of equivalent S3 storage, right? Well, there's significant costs that you're now adding to, right? And if you're taking multiple snapshots, those costs start to add up quickly. And then when you get to long-term compliance, right, and you look at that for how you're going to maintain your data and keep it, retained for the required amount of time, a 35-day limitation on a snapshot, how far is that going to take you towards 7 years of retention if you're a healthcare company, right? And while it may not be as long for other companies, it's still in multiple years. So it's a significant challenge for companies to manage that. And so when we look at it, what we've designed in at Clumio, and look at how that compares from an operational recovery point of view, we announced this recently. We offer fast and free. You could get quick point-in-time recovery. We do the snapshot orchestration for the snapshots in the customer account, right? We offer that for free. Others charge for it. But in the case of snapshot managers, customers have to deal with the complexity and in the scripting and managing those snapshots. And then from an on-prem backup point of view, you still have the multiple tiers that you have to manage and the infrastructure that goes along with it. And while some of the individual costs of the technology is there, you have to support ultimately, across the gamut, three different separate stacks of technology. And there's productivity costs and complexity to deal with those hardware and software refreshes. You do patching, maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. Costs really do start to grow. From a data recovery point of view, right, we provide, and we'll get into the details of how we do it in a moment, but we provide an air gap where data is stored, backups and copies are kept behind an air gap. Snapshot managers, again, there's a lot of complexity to deal with doing that in separate accounts. And on-prem, you're still dealing with that complexity and cost across these multiple areas, right? And again, part of that as well is the on-prem strategies really don't translate terribly well into the cloud. And you really see it particularly when you get into compliance, right? So what we can do, and we'll show some more details behind this, is what we can do because we ingest the data as snapshots, but then ultimately store it in S3, we can offer customers 50% lower data retention costs, right? So the cost that they're spending on snapshots, most people don't recognize it, but it can be rather significant, a significant portion of their storage bill and their overall cloud bill, right? We can help them reduce that cost, right? Free up dollars to spend on more value-added services from AWS and other cloud providers, right? But the challenge is with the snapshot managers, right? If you're using a storage type that costs 2 to 5 times that of S3, by example, when you get into 7-year retention, the costs really spiral way out of control, right? And what we find when customers we talk to ultimately have to make this choice between, can I be compliant or can I hit my budget, right? And that's the hard choice to have to make. We don't think customers should have to make that choice, right? And then if you go to the on-prem world, right, you still have to deal with all the cost and complexity. But then when you get into the mechanisms of how you actually recover your data, there's still companies out there doing truck rolls, right, with managing tapes. But even if you bring back from the cloud, you still have to basically do a system rebuild before you can query your data and get it back, particularly in the case of AWS RDS and a database. And so again, you're dealing with these cost issues, and at a time where you might need to recover your data, it's likely going to be very slow. So when we step back and look at it and try to say, what do the customers need? They really need a data protection solution that is truly cloud ready, and that's what we've really designed with Clumio. And we look at the landscape of a lot of what you see out there is typically snapshot managers, and again, they'll handle operational recovery. But when you run the gamut and add into the picture data recovery, long-term retention, the other existing solutions out there really aren't truly cloud ready in our view. And so that has really driven the value and the benefits that we've targeted for Clumio. And as I mentioned earlier, right, the goal here for us is to provide that always-on security, that capability to recover from compromised accounts, ransomware, and data loss, that simplified policy management with a single user interface that's shown on the screen here. You can basically set your policies for all your workloads, including your AWS workloads. You can do it for Microsoft 365, for VMware Cloud. You set your policies based on your business requirements, and within 15 minutes, backups have started, you're off and going. And because, and we'll get into some details in a moment, because we store this in very cost-efficient S3, what we wind up doing is we take on the responsibility for managing the cost side of it. We charge people based on the number of VMs or the protected terabytes and long-term retention. Right? We don't charge based on consumption. We manage the economics of that and the back end so our customers don't have to. Right? And in particular for RDS, which we just announced support for, not only can we provide faster data recovery, but we can provide faster data restores. And the way that we do that, I'll show you a little bit about how that works, is we actually have an actual query builder. So what we wind up doing is building a logical database and ingest the data from snapshots in there and then enable that to be queried, covered all by all of the security and access controls that we have in the system to make sure that the right people get access to it. But there's no more finding the right snapshot, reinflating it, rebuilding a system, and then starting to do queries. Customers find, in the truck rolls, it takes weeks to do this. And cloud archives, it can take days. For us, it takes minutes. So we'll talk a little bit here in a moment, or here at the second, to just click down a little bit on the architecture and show how this works. So if you go into this environment in an all-cloud world, again, here we show SaaS, we show AWS in the public cloud, and we show on-prem. What we did a while back is we separated our control and our data plane. We actually load a data plane into, in this case, AWS, and that data can get brought over there by the little blue circles, multicolored circles, or our cloud connector that brings data over. It's very lightweight. And then when we're backing up data within a cloud, right, we put the data plane in the cloud where the data may already reside. And the white line above the data plane, that's essentially our air gap. We store the data in that local cloud, but it's an effective architecture because not only does it provide effective performance, but it's a way in which we help avoid egress charges. And so what you ultimately find is an aggregate architected solution that can provide simplicity, multi-cloud management, and we price it in a way that can provide predictable costs for our customers, but we're very deliberate in the way we architected the solution to make sure that the data transfer is very efficient. Now, if you look specifically, we have something a little different in the system and how we handle Amazon RDS. Right? So what you see here is Clumio as a service at the center. We can support multiple AWS accounts. And that data then, again, is ingested and it's stored as an air gap backup copy. But we ingest it into our data store. And what we do is store that as a logical backup and then provide access to that, again, with all the right security credentials, to folks who might need to query it. And that once that is fully seeded and built out, which usually takes on the order of a couple of days, just depending upon how much data customers have, then they can get access to that and not only keep the data for long-term retention, but they can go ahead and query that data as they may need. Let's say, they may have to respond to a legal hold or some e-discovery. That those records can be extracted, and then they can go ahead and be exported to a CSV file for compliance along the needs of a particular legal hold or e-discovery requirement. Just got a few minutes here, so I'll speed it up as we go to the finish. So just an example here, one of the biggest questions we get as a cloud provider for data protection is our performance. And so this is a customer of ours. It's a state-run public utility. They, like others, were driving to a cloud and SaaS Smart initiative. One of the key things that we delivered for them was, one, a higher backup success rate. Ours with us is in the 96% range. The previous solution that we replaced was in the 70s, believe it or not. And most importantly, we started with them at a POC level, doing 30 VMs. We scaled to 2,000 or more VMs literally in a matter of a few days. Their CTO was positively shocked. I'm going to click through this very quickly here in the interest of time and show you the net of it is, if you look at the environment today, what winds up happening is we can offer customers significant cost savings compared to the costs of AWS snapshots and the typical additional costs that go on top of that from the point of view of the cost of snapshots and the cost of snapshot managers that live above that. And this is a great example that shows the overall benefits and cost savings of what we can provide. And a lot of that has to do with the management, orchestration, and the storage of data in the back end, ultimately in S3. And what drives it is the difference in cost of using snapshots that were really designed for operational recovery. But all the management and workflow and security and access control that we can provide that helps really drive a significant economic benefit for our customers. And you see an example customer here, or the workup that we did, that show how significant those savings can be over time. So with that, I'll just finish on this and then turn it over to questions. From the point of view of questions we suggest that you ask and things that we think you ought to look at, first and foremost, look at your data protection requirements. Define those first. Don't let the cost of the backup drive those decisions. Those need to be driven by your business requirements for the industry that you're in. Look at if you're using snapshots. Are you using them for their intended purpose? Where are those snapshots stored? How easy or hard is it for you to retrieve your data? And if in particular you're on AWS, look at how much you're spending on snapshots. You'll have to go into the cost management console to see it, but most people see a bigger number there. And the net of it ultimately is it's really a matter of using snapshots for what they were intended and freeing up cost in this particular case for other value-added services that AWS and the cloud providers can provide and that sort of thing. But again, doing it all with being able to be able to meet your business requirements first and foremost. So apologies for running over a little bit, but with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Absolutely, Steve. We got some feedback from the audience as well who said the same thing. So why don't we bring up this poll question for the audience while we do some Q&A, and that is, what additional information would you like about the Clumio solution? We'll just leave that up while we take our first question here. Lots of good questions coming in. I'm putting them there in the queue for you, Steve. But first question I want to ask you is, why should we use RDS in the first place when I can set up my own database using open source engines? Do you want to take that one?
Well, yeah, sure. No, that'd be fine. Great question. So thank you. So the net of it ultimately is that, particularly if you go open source, and even if you go through platform as a service with RDS, the net of it is, if you're doing a database, it's probably because you've got critical data, right? And our assumption is that at some point, even if you may not be looking at it at the beginning, once you get into production, you're going to have to worry about these ongoing data retention types of issues. And it's important to know that, if you're going it alone with open source, and there's a lot of areas where we understand that makes sense, but the point of the matter is you're taking on the burden and taking on the responsibility of managing the long-term data retention and the ability to recover from ransomware. And the bottom line is that's what we were. That was really behind the concept of building a company around that, because we know how complex it is, and we know how difficult it really and challenging it can be. And our founders saw that opportunity in the market when they went to investors. They said, gee, why? And they were in the storage business. They said, gosh, this is so obvious. There's such a need here. Why didn't we think of this? But the point is that if you want to take it on, it may seem simple at the beginning, but it really does get to be complex. Our job as Clumio and what we've set our sights to do is really deal with that complexity so our customers don't have to. But thank you for the question. It was a great one.
Okay, excellent.
Next one, please.
Next question. They said, yes, snapshots are expensive, but I can move those to cold tiers like Glacier. Why should I use Clumio?
Okay, also a great question. It really is, in a way, kind of a very similar response to the one we just made. If you're going to go ahead and decide to take on the complexity of managing copies and copies of data, the snapshots, the limitations, and backing it up, right? You're buying into building that. You're basically deciding to be a backup vendor for yourself and build that yourself. And then the other piece is you're also dealing with the complexity on the restore side, the complexity of being able to restore, rebuild, rehydrate, and then query to get your data. And our view is, and a lot of customers we talk to is, do you really have time for that? Is that really an investment you need to make? Is that super critical to your, is that a core competence you need to build? Our view is there's a lot of customers out there who recognize the importance of data protection, but don't see the importance in their need to build a core competency around it. Again, we are doing that with our company so that our customers don't have to, and that really provides, for the customers who have signed on with us, and there's a good number of them, and traction keeps building every day. They're seeing the value of that and saying, hey, this is so much easier. I'm actually saving money and saving time and effort, and they're really seeing the value of it. So there's a lot of people out there who are seeing the benefit of it.
Very nice, very nice. And let's see, this person commented that during these times when revenue has gone down, cost is very important, and you made some claims about significant cost savings here. The question they posed is, how will Clumio survive if you're competing with Amazon?
Yeah, no, great question. The reality is we're not really competing with Amazon. They're a key partner. They do have their services priced in a particular way, and there's a lot of great benefit that they can, that they truthfully deliver. But even as ubiquitous and as strong as they are in the marketplace, there are these other elements, and the slide I mentioned earlier that talks about the AWS shared responsibility model. Customers need to take on this responsibility, and to date it has been largely figure out a way to build it yourself. And again, we looked at the market and saw this opportunity where there was a significant economic difference. We've invested in our engineering teams and our roadmap to be able to go build and deal and really leverage and unleash the power of the cloud. But we've got some great founders and architects who really understand how the economics work and have architected a solution to truly take advantage of the benefits of Amazon the way it was intended. And our view is that if there's any difference in cost savings or whatever, that those dollars would be much better spent on other new types of microservices and things like that can add a lot more value. We think in the way we're kind of cornering this area where we think we can add a significant amount of value by helping customers protect their data. So I don't view it at all that we're competing with Amazon. We're helping our customers get more value out of the Amazon platform, which I think will be best for not only Clumio for the long run, more importantly for our customers, but by the way, Amazon as well.
Okay, I like that. Let's see, final question here we probably have time for, and that is, did I hear you correctly that your tier for operational recovery is free? How does that work?
Yeah, no, it is free. Yes, you heard that correctly. Sometimes people ask us about our pricing models. It's like, wait a minute, you guys are a lot different than everybody else. And the answer is yes, we are. The bottom line is what we saw, most of the other competitors out there are snapshot managers, and a lot of times what they're only doing is orchestrating those in-account snapshots. So what we're doing is, we're a little bit of the new kid on the block, taking a different approach. We wanted to get people's attention, and so far it seems to be working. But the bottom line is we didn't see that was adding enough value, right, to where we felt appropriate to charge for it. So we'll provide that free orchestration. We think it's a way in which customers are going to see the value of what we can provide. But, the bottom line is we see the real value for ultimately for customers, when they work with us and see, okay, I can set my policies up once across all my workloads and kind of set it and forget it, and it'll notify me if something, if there's something I need to pay attention to. No more hands-on management, et cetera, et cetera. And then when we show the capability to very simply extend that to data recovery, to be able to recover from ransomware, also to be able to handle long-term data retention at a very cost-effective level. And all the customer has to do is say, well, how long do you need to hold your data for, based on your business requirements? We think that, it'll provide a great entry point for customers where they'll really be able to see the value, and they'll see over the long haul how we're really doing something different that benefits them. So that's really what's behind the strategy. And, we're basically calling out and saying, hey, if you're paying for this, you're paying money, good money, for something that's just on its own, if that's all you're doing, probably isn't going to really solve all your business requirements. So we're just using it as a way to get people's, shine a light on the fact of what's really out there in the market and the fact that we have something that we think is really much more beneficial.
Excellent. Well, very cool. Very innovative stuff that you're doing there at Clumio. I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A here, but there's some more technical questions still there for you in the queue. Again, thank you so much for being on the event today. It's been great to have you, Steve.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you everyone on the presentation here for their attention. I appreciate it very much.
For more information on Clumio, again, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. It is a PDF in the Handouts tab. All right, it's now time for our next prize giveaway. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Joe Ng, NG, from Vermont. Congratulations, Joe Ng from Vermont. And our first grand prize, this is for an iPhone 11 Pro, is going to Lee Fossum from Montana. Congratulations, Lee Fossum from Montana. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenters on today's MegaCast. I'm welcoming Mr. Scott Stricker, Vice President at Datrium, and Ben, who is the Senior Systems Engineer from Datrium as well. Scott and Ben, are you there?
I am here. How are you? This is Scott.
Thank you for being on, Scott. Excellent. All right. Well, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone to be on here. Let me go through and advance the slides and make sure that it's working. I believe it is. So welcome, everyone. As you guys all know, DR is incredibly important, thus the large number of people that are gathered here today to learn about some of these interesting solutions. But it's not only important today, but it's also important to sort of understand why DR was created, but why DR is actually being used today. So this presentation, we'll kind of talk through a little bit of that, but traditionally our DR plans have been put together because we were concerned about natural disasters, power outages, as well as human error. However, today the number one cause for people executing their DR plan has been based upon ransomware, and that challenge is even more increasing, especially in this largely work from home scenario that we're in and we might stay in for a period of time. And anyone on here that has been involved with DR really understands how hard DR is. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is how Datrium has simplified what we call a very complex, expensive process and turned it into a very easy to use, a SaaS-based product. So let me share a little bit about our founders. Hopefully some of you on the call have actually heard about Datrium, but for the ones that haven't, I suspect you probably have heard of some of our founders, or certainly probably use today in your environment some of the technologies they have created. So those two individuals in the front row, that's Boris and Ganesh. They were the primary principal engineers for VMware's ESXi hypervisor. The three individuals in the back row, they were the founders of Data Domain, pioneers of universal dedupe, and the pioneers of backup to disk versus tape. And then the individual in the back row on the right with glasses, Hugo Patterson, prior to him joining Data Domain, he was the chief scientist at NetApp. And while he was at NetApp, he was posed a question that customers' data was exploding at an exponential rate, and they no longer had enough time to back it up over the course of an evening. So they needed to find some new creative ways of how to address that. So Hugo patented Snap and Replicate, which is now universally known as Snapshots, which almost all storage manufacturers as well as backup manufacturers use. Even most recently, Hugo actually won another award for having his patent so relevant some 20, 30 years later and so widely adopted. And I bring this up to you not only to share with you, if you didn't know about Datrium, where our founders came from, but if you reflect back, when I get through this presentation on the technology that Datrium is bringing into the market, I think you would find it very reasonable to assume that these five individuals will be creating the solution that Datrium is bringing to the market. So let's talk a little bit about ransomware. Today, ransomware is the number one cause for organizations to execute on their DR plan. And based upon that, and especially in the work from home scenario, there is a significant amount of IT people that are very concerned about it. We did our own, this poll was our own commissioned poll that we did with over 300 IT professionals, whether they're responsible for DR, whether they're application owners, responsible for backup, or even some of the storage admin. And 96% of them are incredibly concerned on how they handle DR in this work from home scenario. So really, why is that? Well, working remotely is certainly more difficult to be able to recover from anything. I mean, you may have remote workers, they might have VPN access in for certain applications that are running on-prem, but they're in a unsecure location. They're accessing out of their home internet, probably other types of applications, which kind of goes to the second point. It makes it really difficult for organizations to actually put security protocol around these types of environments, which is causing these organizations to really have to think, hard about how they're going to be able to recover from ransomware should they get hit or one of their workers. But there is good news. Companies and organizations alike are both incredibly interested in leveraging the cloud along with Datrium that can deliver some wonderful economics, that they can use the cloud as their DR and only have to pay for that when they use it. So let's begin talking a little bit about DR. And I'm going to talk about it in two separate ways. First, I'm going to talk about it in how some organizations talk about it in terms of just backup. And then I'll talk about it in the next slide on how some larger organizations that have a duplicity of on-premise and compute gear and significant processes. I'll talk to both. First, I'll give you our definition. Datrium does not look at backups as DR. It is an absolute significant and one of the most important pieces to a DR plan. But a backup in itself, having your data backed up and maybe even an out-of-region copy, does not necessarily constitute DR. We believe DR is having the backups and actually instantiating them up in full running workloads so your end user actually has the ability to log in and access them. But many of you on there might be still using backups today as your primary DR plan and do all those other things manually. So why can that be a challenge? Well, the challenge really is because of the number one reason why people are executing on their DR plans, and that's ransomware. And if you get hit by ransomware, the first thing you're going to realize really quickly is they put you on the clock. You have a certain amount of time to be able to recover before you lose your data. So let's talk about just some of the evolution of backups. If there's other people out there that could kind of remember tape, I certainly do. That might indicate a little bit of my age. But we went from the tape space, then we went to backing up to disk in the early 2000s. Those were companies such as Data Domain. Today, we're in this hybrid space, and you would probably be hearing from many of those on-prem hybrid vendors as you go today that will do some very significant backups of your data on-prem and might even have the ability to replicate those backups offsite into the cloud. There's also cloud-only backup providers that will just back you up and they'll put you in low-cost storage in the cloud. But then there's organizations like in that blue box that says SaaS backup plus DR. That's where Datrium falls. And I'm going to tease you a little bit about what is the difference between Datrium and just a traditional on-prem backup provider, or even a storage provider that allows you to replicate to the cloud, or just a cloud-native backup provider. And that tease is this, that when it comes to backups, you typically back up all of your primary storage into a secondary set of storage for your backups. Should you need to use it, any of that data, whether it's a file, a VM, or you need to have all your data back at scale, you have to restore that data or rehydrate it from its backup target into your primary target. For Datrium, we provide backup that, whether it's on-prem or in the cloud, which I'll be talking about today is in the cloud, that doesn't need to be rehydrated, that your backups are a full NFS live data mount. And that's a bit of a tease in our differentiation, which I will get into here in a sec. So now let's talk a little bit about some of the other organizations out there that might not be using backup solely as their DR plan, but have a more sophisticated DR scenario. And that might be a duplicity of buildings. They probably have 2 brick and mortar facilities. They've got multiple pieces of equipment. They're replicating their backups. They're replicating their data. They've got processes stood out on how they can instantiate those into full running workloads. They might even have some orchestration software. And they're gluing all that together. those organizations will quickly realize, or probably have realized, that DR is very expensive, complex, and I use the word fragile. And the reason why I use the word fragile is regardless of just backups or you actually have multiple facilities that you guys are backing up your data to, trying to keep them in sync is very, very difficult. The data center is a living, breathing sort of beast. You're changing, DNS entries, the network's being upgraded, applications are being upgraded, and no matter how good we say we are at change control, we always miss things. Thus, every 6 months, we have to do a DR test, not to see if it works, but to see where it broke since the last time we tested it. And then we fix it. And then statistically thereafter, if we were to have an event in the next few days or few weeks, we would feel confident it would work. But after that, every single day that goes by, statistically, your chances are that it would not. And here, let me give you a couple Gartner stats. Over the past 2 years, 80% of companies that actually had DR plans executed on them. 80% of companies that had DR plans executed on them, largely based upon ransomware. Now, the most powerful stat is of the people that had executed on their DR plans, those 80% of companies that did it, only 6% were successful, and that is a incredibly difficult number for a lot of people to hear. So let me frame this up of how I'm going to talk about it. So I'm going to be using multiple words. I'm going to be using Datrium's DRaaS. I'm going to be using DRC. I'm going to be using DRaaS Connect, all universally as the same thing. And what Datrium allows customers to do is allows them to do the data management, the snapping of your data, the deduping, encrypting, and mobility of the data into the cloud to instantiate those in full workloads. So whether you are using Datrium's primary storage or using anyone else's primary storage, this will absolutely work and is relevant to you. I'm going to be talking about this for the next several slides, from doing backups from prem to the cloud and using the cloud as DR. However, if your cloud journey hasn't taken you to the cloud yet and you're still doing prem to prem, know that everything that I'm going to say is still appropriate to you. Likewise, if you're already in the cloud and you're looking for DR from, let's say, one availability zone to the next availability zone, know everything that I'm going to say is still appropriate to you as well. Albeit the remaining portion of this presentation will be talking from prem to cloud, but it's still analogous whether you're prem to prem or cloud to multi-cloud. So there are 4 primary things that you would do to support DRaaS in the cloud with a Datrium solution. First is you need our DRaaS Connect virtual appliance that is free and is downloaded and registered into your vCenter. That is the first thing you do. And again, our DRaaS Connect, or what I'll be referring to as DRC, virtual appliance, will handle all the snapshotting of your data, all the encrypting, deduping, and mobility into the cloud. Next option, or the next step, is we store all of that data into low-cost S3 in the cloud. So far, probably so good. You probably heard a lot of this from other people, but do remember that I teased you earlier. The difference of our S3 is we never need to rehydrate that data out of S3 into something else to start that workload. We have the ability to live mount and start that data instantly right out of S3. Next, the third option is Datrium, or the third step is Datrium provides a full runbook automate DR orchestration engine that we call Control Shift. So inside Control Shift, you would set your runbooks. And a runbook is really the order in which you need to stand up an application and all the supporting applications to make that usable for an end user to log into. So I'll give you an example. For SQL, let's say you needed to turn up SQL in the cloud in terms of a DR event. Well, the first thing we probably need to do is change the IP address, because SQL is now residing on a different network. You probably need to change the DNS entry. You probably need to turn on SQL. Probably need to take a pause or run a script to make sure that the SQL database is in fact up. You might then need to turn on some middleware and finally turn on your web tier or application tier. So that would constitute a runbook for the order in which things need to come up to make it an active application so end users can access it. The final piece is leveraging the VMware cloud. So there's a couple pieces on here that I'm going to call out for you to listen for as I go through this presentation. We support the VMware cloud on demand, meaning you no longer have to pay for reserved instances of the cloud, of compute instances in the cloud, on an annual basis, just in the event if you do need to use it. With Datrium and our control shift, we have the ability to stand up a software-defined data center, turn up your VMware host, and live mount your data directly from S3, and you're only going to pay for your VMware hosts when you need them, at roughly $30 per hour per host. So those are from the 4 functions that you would use in a Datrium DR environment. So I'm going to walk through that in a full instance with you. So again, I'm only talking about the bottom production site, so it's prem to cloud. But again, whether this is prem to prem or cloud to multi-cloud, everything that I'm saying is completely analogous. But you're on-prem. You've downloaded our free DRaaS Connect virtual appliance. You've registered to your vCenter. It is now snapshotting, deduping, encrypting, and doing the mobility of those data, whether it's an existing SAN, a NAS, any hyperconverged scenario, or any DHCI where the Datrium primary storage lives in the DHCI space. We're handling all of that. Now, you're backing all that stuff up into S3, fully encrypted, deduped. Again, at this point, we should seem very similar to any backup provider, cloud native provider, or maybe even some storage providers that can do it. But what's different is all of a sudden a disaster strikes. And once a disaster strikes, you log into Control Shift and you execute a one-click failover. As soon as you click that failover, Control Shift will stand up the software-defined data center, turn on your VMware host, and live mount your data directly from S3, so it's instantly running. We do not have to rehydrate the data out of S3 into another primary storage solution to start the workload. We can start the workload immediately. Furthermore, since we're using VMware's cloud, if you are operationally using vCenter on-prem to manage your environment, when you're now under duress in a disaster scenario, you would never want to learn a new management tool. In our instance, not only do we stand up your software-defined data center and you only pay for those resources when you use it, live mode directly out of S3, so your data is instantly available, but it's in vCenter that you manage it. So operationally under duress, no refactoring of data, everything is managed through vCenter. Now you're up and running in vCenter, only paying for it again while you're using it. Eventually, you bring your on-prem site back to a steady state. At that point, we have the ability to do the one-click failover, and this is where not refactoring your data becomes a huge advantage. So we send back only the change deltas of the data that has happened. Once the change data has been sent back and you're live on-prem, we shut down the software-defined data center, and the billing of those hosts stops. And that is a significant advantage. It is roughly 80% cheaper paying for the cloud resources when you use it than it would be for a traditional prem-to-prem type of a DR scenario or prem to cloud when you're having reserved instances all the time running up there. So it's significant cost savings and significant simplicity. So our secret sauce. We back up everything to low-cost S3. However, we wrap that with a live data store. And again, the live data store, the significant advantage is it allows us to start those workloads immediately. Now, I'm going to tease one more thing that I'm going to talk about here in a few slides. One of the advantages of starting your workload, there's a huge advantage to start your workload immediately, right out of S3. But with Datrium, it doesn't have to be your last backup. Maybe it was a backup a week ago. Maybe it was a backup a month ago. Maybe it was a backup 6 months ago or a year ago. Regardless, you can select whichever one you want to restart, and it restarts instantly. So we restart it, and it can restart with whatever snapshot you want. Finally, we wrap it with a very sophisticated DR orchestration engine to allow you to have the confidence that the solution will stand up in the order in which it needs to stand up so it can be accessed by your end users. Now, I kicked off this presentation talking about the number one reason for DR today is due to ransomware. I even shared some Gartner stats and a few other independent commission studies that we did. But when you get hit by ransomware, you need to have an ability to recover instantly. And when it comes to just backups, the only way you can recover from backups is you actually have to rehydrate that data into a primary data store. So let's think about the time that takes, because we know when we get hit by ransomware, we're on the clock. If I am trying to restore 80 terabytes, 100 terabytes, how much data I have, I'll pick my last backup. I'll spend 8 hours, maybe even a day trying to rehydrate that back in just to find out, nope, that backup's not good either. This one is infected. Get the next backup. You can see how you would quickly run out of time. So the ability not to have to rehydrate data, but just to restart data is a significant advantage. And not only is it an advantage that I can restart my last backup, but I can instantly restart any backup, whether, again, a week, a month, 6 months, a year, longer. I can instantly restart it, so I can start a backup. Is ransomware present? No. Start the next one. How about that one? Nope. Start the next one. There it is. That's the one we're going to use. And whether it's a single VM or whether it's 1,000 VMs, it doesn't matter. We can instantly start them, and we can start them, from, a week ago to a year ago or later, and it can be from 1 to thousands, as many as you want. We can always start them the same amount of time instantly. Next, let's talk about actually doing some compliance. In the beginning of this conversation, I talked a little bit about doing DR tests. Every 6 months you do a DR test. Why? You want to find out where it's broke since we last tested it. Well, we believe it's completely reasonable that someone creates a solution today that automatically does compliance checks. And we know the source and destination, so we take a look at the source and destination, compare it to the runbook that's inside of our orchestration engine called Control Shift. And every 30 minutes, we will let you know if you need to execute on a DR plan, will it work or not? So every 30 minutes, a compliance check is being done. It's a fully audited report. You can hand to your executives or any auditing organization to let them know this is the process that we take. This shows us that we're in compliance. And should a point come where the compliance check doesn't work, you will be notified, and it will tell you exactly what's wrong. Replication failed, or something happened on the network at the destination end. So you can immediately go and fix it and do not have to wait for the 6-month window to find out. So every 30 minutes, you know it will work, and you have confidence it's going to work should you need to use it. And you have the ability, if you get a compliance failure, that you know what failed, and you can go ahead and you can remediate it. So a couple organizations here. These are just a couple use cases for certain organizations. In this instance, we had a customer that was using Nutanix as the primary data storage. They were using Cohesity and backing up Cohesity into an S3 bucket on the cloud. This customer ended up moving with Datrium for our cloud data services for one very important reason. In the Cohesity standpoint, it took them just too long to instantiate those backups into live running workloads. Additionally, it was refactoring their VMware format into their data into an AMI instance, which made things more difficult. So we were able to keep with our on-premise solution and able to move forward with Datrium and deliver a much faster RTO, which is incident, and greater cost savings because they're only paying for the resources when they need it and no refactoring of the VMs. This is a large transportation organization that even had one more thing where they were doing traditional backups to the cloud, but they were also using Zerto for their DR orchestration. And their RTO significantly less than the other use case that I gave you, 2 days, but still wasn't good enough for this organization. Plus, they still had VM refactoring. So let me just give you just sort of a sample in terms of cost. Because we can store things in S3, low-cost S3, and run things out of S3 and only pay for the compute resources when we need it, this customer alone saved $980,000 of cloud capacity, not only in year one, but $980,000 in year two, and $980,000 in year three, year over year over year. So Datrium DRaaS. We offer this as a full turnkey service for our customers. Customers only have two things to do. You pick your RPO and RTO, your SLAs on your tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 apps. These are the SLAs that you need to meet. You help create your run books in the control shift the orchestration engine, and we handle the rest. It's a single point of support, single support of billing. We handle all the VMware contracting. We handle all the AWS contracting. All terms of service, there's nothing that you would need to do as a customer. So, wondering how I'm doing on time. Hopefully I'm doing okay, because we'll be moving to questions here shortly. But let me just kind of recap what Datrium DRaaS service does. So Datrium's DRaaS allows organizations to leverage every decision they've made in the past in terms of primary storage, leverage every dollar they've ever spent, and plug in Datrium to handle the snapshotting, the encrypting, the deduping, and mobility of your data from on-prem into a very low-cost S3 bucket. That is more than just a blob object store. It's a full NFS live data mount. And with our sophisticated control shift automation software, when you do declare a disaster, your software-defined data center is then turned up, your VMware hosts are stood up, and we live mount your data instantly from S3 so it is up and running. We keep your workloads in VMware format, so operationally, whether you're in a steady state or under duress in a DR event, you still manage it the same way via vCenter. When the event is over, we turn down the software-defined data center, the billing for those hosts stop, and you become active back on-prem. It has been an enormous solution for customers, especially today. DR has largely been for the largest organizations that had the biggest IT budgets that could afford it. However, everyone requires this now, especially because of ransomware. And they need to have something that is simplistic to use, that they have confidence when they need it is going to work, and they can recover fast. And that's what Datrium is bringing to the market. Here's a few things on some next steps. I do believe that we have provided a little bit of data in a PDF format for everyone to be able to download. But I will pause here, Dave, see if we have any questions or if I am running over on time.
Absolutely, yeah, great presentation. We do have time for a few questions, Scott. So while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for the audience. And the poll says, what additional information would you like about the Datrium solution? I want to call everyone's attention to that poll on the screen while we do some Q&A. So lots of good feedback. They said the presentation was really informative. I enjoyed it. So that's always good to see. First question here that came in I wanted to ask you is, you know, a little competitive here. What's the biggest advantage you see Datrium having over the other vendors that can back up to the cloud?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'll take that one. I got Ben on for my lifeline should I need him, but I'd like to answer that one. So being able to back up to the cloud is something I think is table stakes right now. You need to have out-of-region backup. So whether that's your on-prem backup vendor, whether it's your storage vendor, or a cloud-native backup vendor. Our biggest differentiator, and something I was trying to highlight quite a bit through it, is our ability to live mount that data directly out of S3 into a full running workload without having to rehydrate it first to start it up. That would be ultimately the advantage that Datrium has in that question.
Okay, nice. It's good to understand that, what makes it unique. Next question, they said, it's great that you can start workloads directly from S3, but what's the application performance like when using S3 to store the data?
Oh, that's a great question. We restart all the workloads out of S3 to ensure that we can have your workloads running up instantaneously. For applications that have, require high IOPS, or let's say it's a prolonged sort of a disaster and you need to be running for a longer period of time, while the workload is up and running instantly, for those specific cases, we will actually vMotion workloads in the background in idle time into a faster version of storage, let's say a EBS flash, so that you get the application level performance that you're looking for. But we do not require that as a way to start your workloads. We start them instantly out of S3. But again, in the prolonged scenarios or the applications that require the super fast performance, we will actually vMotion in the background and idle time over into EBS Flash so you get the level of performance that you were looking for. Great question.
Got it. Okay. Excellent. Another question here. You mentioned runbook configurations. They're asking, how in depth do those go?
Ben, I would love to call you in on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So very similar to a lot of the DR orchestration utilities on the market today, just giving you the ability to obviously map source and destination resources for both your compute layer, your networking, any IP address changes that need to be made, and as Scott alluded to earlier, being able to orchestrate the order of operations so the correct resources come up in the appropriate order. Allowing for additional scripting to be added in if you've got additional scripts that sit outside of kind of that Datrium envelope, so you can kick off other processes as part of that runbook, and obviously having the compliance checks regularly occurring every 30 minutes gives you that comfort level that if something does change, to Scott's point, being able to address it quickly versus, every 6 months when you go to run your DR test, you can fix it in small intervals as opposed to finding all the big problems that happened and try to spend a couple days fixing it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Really cool. All right. Well, it looks like that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, but there's still a number of more technical questions there for you in the Datrium queue. Ben and Scott, excellent presentation. Thank you for being on the event today.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For more information on Datrium, check out the handout that's available for download there in your audience console. And of course, visit datrium.com and give the solution a try for yourself. All right, and with that, it's time for our next prize giveaways. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to George DeGraff from Iowa. Congratulations, George DeGraff from Iowa. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's MegaCast. That is Mr. Ed Collins, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. Take it away, Ed.
Thanks again for joining us. My name is Ed Collins, and I'm a Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. And today I have the good pleasure of presenting to you a Nutanix private cloud solution that is business continuity and disaster recovery. There are three key tenets to a sound business continuity and disaster recovery solution portfolio. They are to protect, to replicate, and to recover. To meet the ever-increasing demands placed on IT, companies must adopt a protect everything strategy in the sense that they must protect all of their data all of the time. As you know, data exists in a dynamic way inside virtual machines as workloads churn it. These workloads are constantly producing data, often in massive amounts. So this data must be protected at all costs, or at least in a manner consistent with business continuity and disaster recovery plan metrics. Typical data protection must be instituted across virtual machines, volumes, files, and objects. The good news is that Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure does just that in the most elegant of ways. Furthermore, once a data protection plan has been deployed, data must be replicated to secondary locations in order to protect a business against disaster. There are several options available as target disaster recovery sites, whether it's to the public cloud, to a private cloud, or to a distributed cloud. Nutanix customers have the flexibility to choose which type of solution suits their needs. So whatever the case may be, companies may rest assured that the three key tenets to a sound business continuity and disaster recovery solution to protect, replicate, and recover, these things may be met. So let me introduce you to the Nutanix suite of solutions in the area of disaster recovery and data protection. Nutanix has a comprehensive range of disaster recovery and data protection solutions available today. Nutanix has been a leader in the hyperconverged infrastructure market for years, having pioneered many of the benchmark technologies that have modernized today's data centers. With Nutanix compute, storage, virtualization, and networking are hyperconverged into a self-healing data fabric that is managed through a single pane of glass. So it's really important to remember that Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure is the starting point for our discussion today. From the ground up, Nutanix software stack provides resiliency among virtual machines. In other words, if one node is failing, others will pick up the slack automatically and without any manual intervention required. And as an extension of this core architectural philosophy, secondary data centers, when provisioned, become a native component of the overall self-healing data fabric. Again, all of this is managed through a single management interface we call Prism. Furthermore, by taking virtual machine snapshots based on customizable RPO metrics and replicating them to secondary data centers, the system also affords businesses reliable failover during disaster events. We call this disaster recovery technology LEAP. LEAP is a simple-to-use disaster recovery service that features protection policies and recovery plans to automate failover and failback scenarios, whether planned or unplanned. Now, depending on the needs of a business, a variety of LEAP disaster recovery solutions are available, as you see there in the graphic. Whether it's asynchronous or what we call async LEAP, where the RPO is an hour, or near sync, where RPO is around a minute, or Metro, where RPO is 0. Each of these solutions are zero touch, meaning once configured, no manual intervention is required to ensure data protection is occurring. The only thing left then for a user to do is click once within Prism to fail over in the event of a disaster. This is very different from traditional disaster recovery and data protection solutions where orchestrating a response to a disaster is arduous, requiring lots of manual intervention. With the Nutanix LEAP solution, things are very different. We've eliminated the stress of orchestrating a failover scenario by taking care of all the details for you. This solution also ensures your service level agreements are met. And for peace of mind, Nutanix provides non-production environment disaster recovery testing, which is critical, of course, but historically time-consuming, often completed over the weekend. Failover testing can be accomplished without affecting normal business processes. And what this really means, the good news is that you're able to comply with regulatory mandates and still keep your weekends free. Now, if a secondary data center, say, is too CapEx heavy, Nutanix LEAP technology can be extended to include a pay-as-you-go disaster recovery as a service solution we call XiLeap. XiLeap uses a global footprint of public cloud data centers that are owned and operated by Nutanix. Since XiLeap uses the same Nutanix software stack as the on-prem data centers do, integration and onboarding is completed often in under an hour. And then finally, I want to mention Nutanix's storage backup solution, Nutanix Mine. Nutanix Mine is purpose-built to address the need for an integrated data backup service. Mine offers one-click data protection and archival, and it also offers industry-leading integrated solutions with Veeam and Haiku. In fact, Nutanix has a stable of ecosystem partners for backup. So we've seen the solution level perspective. Let's take a moment now to look a little deeper at how Nutanix provides invisible infrastructure to our customers. Some disaster recovery and data protection situations demand the very highest level of protection, for example, with business-critical apps. A great example is a 911 service. Now, imagine you're running emergency services where the availability of your IT infrastructure is going to save lives. You have to be operational 24/7 by 365. Well, how do you ensure that? Well, for starters, your IT recovery metrics need to be 0 RPO and 0 RTO. How do you achieve that with Nutanix? The answer is Nutanix Metro Clusters. Metro Cluster is a zero-touch, high-availability solution across 2 sites, separated by 5 millisecond latency, ensuring 0 RPO and 0 RTO. Now, Metro clusters aren't always easy to implement and deploy because of geoeconomic reasons like distance or fault lines, etc. Metro speeds may not even be a requirement in the first place. So we have other options to address less demanding requirements. We have what we call near sync technology. Now, near sync means near 0 RPO service level agreements. With near sync, your maximum data loss is 1 minute, and you still get the one-click experience across multiple hypervisor deployments. Just to summarize near sync, this includes minimum data loss, given the fact that it's a 1 minute RPO. It's very cost efficient for non-business critical apps. And then finally, it's easy to deploy and scale since it's a native Nutanix feature. Finally, to close out our LEAP disaster recovery portfolio, for some companies, building out a new data center isn't an option. It could be for financial reasons even. A good example is oftentimes small to medium-sized businesses cannot afford a secondary data center. This frequently results in a cobbling of older equipment together in hopes that it'll support the production workload if and when a disaster strikes. For these customers, building and maintaining another data center just for disaster recovery is not always the best use of their finances. In other words, an OpEx model would free up cash for other business activities and priorities. And furthermore, there's also the reality that many businesses are strapped with a cloud mandate policy imposed at the CXO level. So for these customers, there's a native extension to the LEAP technology called XyLeap, Disaster Recovery as a Service. So let me summarize XyLeap from a feature perspective. First, it's built in. XyLeap is a native service to Nutanix software and managed through a single pane of glass. This facilitates instant onboarding. So workloads, security, and network profiles, they're all automatically ported to XyLeap. It also features one-click failover. Disaster recovery orchestration is automated, achieving service level agreements with tailor-made RPO and RTO metrics. It also boasts non-disruptive testing, where routine examination of disaster recovery readiness achieves regulatory compliance. It also provides end-to-end security using strong encryption for data at rest and data in flight. And then it's a pay-as-you-go model. There's a flexible subscription pricing model that turns CapEx into OpEx. The key takeaways, of course, are that XyLeap eliminates the need for a secondary data center. Running disaster recovery as a service in XyLeap completely obviates the need for a secondary site, while also considerably reducing the total cost of ownership for a DR solution. It is a subscription service with guaranteed SLAs or service level agreements. So the implication is that there's no need for you to procure or refresh secondary data center infrastructure. And then finally, it's all managed through a single pane of glass. The entire solution is managed through Prism, Nutanix's premier management platform. So just to highlight how simple Zyleap is, for starters, planning and onboarding couldn't be easier. Zyleap services are native to Nutanix AOS. Protecting virtual machines, whether ESXi or AHV, is done through a single pane of glass, of course, Prism. And there are flexible VPN options. Second, gone are the days of working over the weekend to do disaster recovery testing. Zyleap users can perform testing during work hours without affecting production workloads. And second, RPO and RTO metrics are not only attractive, but they are guaranteed by Nutanix service level agreements. And then finally, planned or unplanned failover is completed with a single click. Runbook automation includes all the right sequencing and delays. And then finally, the very difficult task of maintaining IP subnets during failover is handled automatically by Zyleap as well. Zyleap is also very affordable. The Zyleap Disaster Recovery as a Service solution replaces the stack of traditional IT service requirements for disaster recovery, giving customers a greater ability to focus on other priorities. What this amounts to with Zyleap is that we see an average TCO savings, total cost of ownership savings, of 40 to 50% over traditional DR deployments. Some of the key drivers for TCO reduction are there's no need to own and operate your own secondary data center. Rather, you're able to leverage the economy of scale that comes with the Nutanix Zyleap Cloud. Second, there's no longer a need to worry about separate recurring expenses or even hidden costs associated with building out your own data center, like software licensing, etc. And then finally, with Zyleap, the various operational burdens, such as deploying and maintaining a stack of hardware and software, all those things are gone as well. Zyleap has a global footprint, as you can see in this graphic. To date, we have deployed to 6 locations, including West and East Coast United States, London, UK, Italy, with Germany and Japan both launching in March 2020. And we've also partnered with strategic direct connect providers if you so desire to meet your VPN connectivity requirements. Let's turn our attention now from disaster recovery with Leap to secondary storage. The backdrop is that legacy backup solutions present several drawbacks. For starters, point solutions are often complex. Backup solutions are typically provided by, say, 4 or even 5 vendors, siloed across dozens of different locations, and often on aging infrastructure. This adds both cost and complexity to managing these point solutions for things like backup, archival, target storage, and long-term retention. According to a Gartner report, 41% polled say that their existing backup solution is too complex to manage. The second point is that secondary data is often underutilized. Secondary data is often referred to as dark data, as no one knows where it lies, how to retrieve it, and most importantly, how to derive any real value from it. These reasons make secondary data a liability rather than an asset. And then third, data growth is causing problems. As data grows in your primary environment, there's a spiraling storage cost associated with adding capacity to the secondary environment. 45% of those polled say that is too high. Also, backup speeds are often too slow. 37% of respondents in this Gartner report say it's too slow. And then finally, at times, backup operations are completely unsuccessful. On the order of, I think it's 14% of respondents said that less than 10% of the time, backup is successful. So just to summarize all this from a market perspective, the reality is that the market for secondary storage is still dominated by traditional technologies. And interestingly, the vast majority of an organization's data becomes critically underutilized, where backup data is relegated to being data stored in archives, file shares, test and dev systems, etc., where its potential utility and its value to the business is reduced to essentially nothing. Whenever possible, it's quite beneficial to efficiently manage and mine all of this siloed data and use it in such a way that its utility is actually maximized. In other words, take a liability, a potential liability, and turn it into an asset. Nutanix aims to bring hyperconvergence to the secondary storage market, thus enabling this transformation of data utility. Allow me to introduce you to Nutanix Mine. The solution looks like this. With Nutanix Mine, we are extending the core strengths of our enterprise software stack to the secondary storage space. Mine is tightly integrated with both the Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure data fabric and the Prism management console. It integrates with data protection software from the likes of Veeam and Haiku, enabling this third-party software to run in a hyperconverged manner on the Nutanix core operating system. Mine is also entirely self-sufficient. It's a turnkey solution providing compute, memory, storage, and data backup. Archive tiering is also an option, such as would be the case with Nutanix Objects, Cloud, or any S3 compatible storage. And so the key use cases for Mine are data protection, recovery, compliance, and long-term retention and archival. Nutanix Mine really separates itself over industry competing solutions. Here are some of the benefits. For starters, there's a faster time to value realized with Nutanix Mine. It provides an end-to-end improved customer experience from sizing your backup environment to ordering, deploying, managing, and even scaling it out. Second, it unifies IT operations. So customers that care about simplicity and scale, and as a result are drawn towards the HCI, or the hyperconvergence infrastructure architecture, can now adopt a similar approach to address their backup and archiving needs. And then thirdly, it scales out effortlessly. The ability to expand your existing secondary infrastructure to scale with the business allows you to grow as needed. Just a few overarching principles worth noting before we close. For starters, we're able to protect your business critical apps. An IDC report says you can slash your downtime by up to 97%. The Nutanix fractional growth model allows you to scale with ease and keep up with increasing application demands. Second, you can break down IT silos with hyperconverged infrastructure. And that means you can enjoy native backup and disaster recovery services managed through the same interface. And all data centers are managed through a single pane of glass as well. Total cost of ownership is greatly reduced. That IDC report states that TCO savings of 60% are possible. And then finally, you get to enjoy the freedom of choice with Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure. Whether it's on-prem or in the cloud, Nutanix is able to meet your needs. We offer flexible DR and data protection solutions, both native and through an ecosystem of partners. I'd like to summarize now with a few key takeaways. Number one, the business continuity and disaster recovery market poses several drawbacks to companies trying to protect their business-critical applications and data, and myriad threats to IT uptime only exacerbate the situation. Second, Nutanix private cloud hyperconverged infrastructure software was created to meet the three key tenets of business continuity and disaster recovery planning: to protect, to replicate, and to recover data. These objectives are met with such simplicity and elegance that deploying them is a delightful experience rather than a stressful one. Third, Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure is architected with data protection and disaster recovery services as integral components of the overall data fabric and management plane. Number four, disaster recovery may also be natively extended to the Nutanix cloud as a subscription-based service with guaranteed service level agreements. And then finally, we looked at how modernizing your data storage with Nutanix data backup solutions eliminates several bottlenecks while simultaneously converting stored data from being a liability to an asset. I invite you to, and I encourage you to take some next steps with us, to engage with us. You can take a test drive. You can find out more about mine. You can even schedule a meeting at info@nutanix.com or just engage with us or follow us on social media. I really do appreciate your time today, and I thank you very much and hope to see you out there sometime soon. Thanks again.
All right, thank you, Ed. Excellent presentation. We don't have any time for Q&A, I'm afraid, but please submit your questions electronically for Ed from Nutanix, and we'll do our best to get back to those ASAP. While we announce our prize winners, I'm just going to bring up this poll that you see on the screen. The question is, what additional information would you like about the Nutanix solution? So now we're giving away another iPhone 11 Pro. I need to get myself one of those, a really amazing phone. And that is going out to Justin Gunderson from Wisconsin. Congratulations, Justin Gunderson from Wisconsin. And then we have an Amazon $500 gift card. That's going to Sam Wiley from Virginia. Congratulations, Sam Wiley from Virginia. Tons more prizes still to give away, so make sure that you stay tuned for those prize drawings. Again, thank you everyone who responded to the poll question. We do appreciate that. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Stacy Budd, Principal Pre-Sales Consultant at ArcServe. Stacy, are you there?
I am. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
I hear you, yeah. Thank you for being on the MegaCast. Take it away.
My pleasure. And good afternoon to everybody, or good morning or good evening, wherever you're joining us from. Today we're going to talk about, the ArcServe solutions and what ArcServe can do to help you, in today's world that we're in. As we go forward, a little bit about myself, just so you're aware of who's speaking to you. I'm a principal consultant with ArcServe. That means I'm the tech guy, right? I'm a guy that comes in and kind of talks about, and does POCs and does all of that, right? So I'm the guy that keeps all of sales honest on that. So hopefully that's going to relate to a level of trust, right? That I'm more about the solution and what we're going to do from a technical aspect. That's what I'm trying to bring to the table for you. I've got about, I don't even know anymore, close to 20 years in the industry, right? So I've been doing this a long time. So as far as that goes, when we look at today's presentation, we're going to be speaking about, ArcServe and Sophos and what we can bring to the table with our joint partnership, from, protecting you from, from a ransomware perspective. So there's two sides to that. One side being, to make sure that you're backing up and have your data available, in case you do get hit. And then the other side of that is to make sure that that data is safe, right? Because all too often in today's world, your backup target is going to be the first target for ransomware, right? So when it comes to that, a little bit of information when it comes to, and I don't think these numbers will shock anybody, but when we're speaking to ransomware, 34% of businesses, hit with malware, took a week or more to regain access to their data. Now that's from Kaspersky is where we got that information from. So we get that information from a security vendor, right? So, a little over a third of businesses, right, take over a week, right, to regain access to their data. 50% of 582 cybersecurity professionals that we surveyed do not believe their organization is prepared to repel a ransomware attack. Again, not having a confidence in that's definitely an issue out there, right? The average cost of ransomware attacks on businesses, and this is, according to Sophos, last year was $133,000. Now, this is going to scale up and down based on your organization, the type of business you do, and those kind of things. But I would argue that, whatever that number is, right, it's going to be significant to your business, right? So, you have to have a good solution in place to be able to recover from. Now, from, just to wrap this all up, right, the global cost of ransomware being $20 billion estimated in 2021, right? That estimate includes the cost to restore and mitigate following a ransomware attack, and it's not limited to actual ransomware payments, right? So that's a big part of it too. Do you pay the ransomware or not? The FBI and myself, we'd all tell you, make sure you have other ways to recover your data, and you don't have to pay these guys, right? The recovery costs from ransomware attacks, it's substantial, and companies would do well to consider these costs when budgeting, over the next few years. When we take a look at, some other, numbers that we're looking at, from a tolerance threshold, right? 25% of companies out there are going to abandon their product or service in favor of a competitor, right? They're going to be looking for single ransomware-related services. This doesn't cause disruption, failed transactions, those kind of things as well. 66% would turn to a competitor if an organization couldn't restore systems and applications within 3 days following a cyber attack, right? So you got to make sure that, people are going to be quick to change, right? So you got to make sure that you have a good product in place that's going to be able to weather that, right, from that perspective. And then, we're in a sharing kind of world nowadays, right? So, 80% of people out there are going to share any negative. We especially love to share negative, right? So if you have any type of negative ransomware-related experiences, that's going to be shared, right? And maybe just family and friends, but even more so posting online, on services, on different communities and things like that as well, okay? So when you kind of take a look at ArcServe and who is ArcServe and what gives us, the right here to speak to you today towards this, ArcServe got its roots back in '83, right? This gives us, we definitely think that the right to say, we're the world's most experienced data protection provider. We're not a security company, and we have the intelligence to know that we're not going to all of a sudden get in today into the security business, right? We're going to focus on what we know, which is backup, disaster recovery, business continuity of your data, right, to make sure we do that. We have products in place to help with that, and we have partnerships like our partnership with Sophos and our alliance with Sophos to kind of make sure that we can help keep your data secure, even from a security perspective. Okay, so we got our start in '83, as I mentioned. We're a worldwide company. We have a presence, just about in every country across the globe. We're partners across the globe as well. We're a partner-driven company where, we train our partners and our partners provide the service. Gives us a better breadth of kind of being able to touch a lot of customers and be able to do all of that and help, wider selection of you guys, if you will, right? Now, we've evolved and learned, over these years. Obviously, when we got our roots, it was in more of a Novell and mainframe kind of world. And nowadays, we're in more of a, Windows and Linux. Still some mainframe out there I run into every once in a while. Don't run into Novell anymore, but more virtual kind of stuff out there nowadays from that perspective as well. So we've evolved with solutions to kind of support that from that perspective. Now, when we talk about our partnership with Sophos and what we provide with Sophos, we eliminated that complexity, of disjointed security and data protection plans with the only means to unify cybersecurity, right? Data backup and disaster recovery. We have fully integrated system protection with artificial intelligence or AI secures data against cyber attacks, while battle-tested, our backup solutions or disaster recovery prevents, data loss from major disasters. And we could all kind of talk about what are, major disasters. Are we talking about, hurricanes? Are we talking about volcanoes, mudslides, those kind of things, tornadoes? Well, that definitely is part of it, right? But I would say also brownouts could be part of it, right? Power grid type stuff. I would say that, unfortunately, in today's world, rioting could be part of that, right? Where maybe some damage is done in that, or it could be somebody that just spills a drink in the server room, right? On a drink. Not supposed to have food in a server room, but people do it, right? So there's all different kinds of disasters that, that you may have to recover from. It could be somebody that's leaving the company that, has the rights to go out in there and disrupt your infrastructure. Maybe they're disgruntled or something like that, right? So we provide, this integration, this capability, I should say, with Sophos, with their Intercept X product, now on premise for our appliance products are secured by Sophos. Our cloud hybrid solution is secured by Sophos, and also from an Office 365, backing up and protecting Office 365 to our cloud is also secured by Sophos as well. This helps secure you from any threat for a first and last line of defense against cyber attacks, including ransomware. So let's dig a little bit deeper into that Sophos, right, and what Sophos is bringing to the table. With that, we're going to start out by looking at the ArcServe appliances, which are secured by Sophos. Right, so when we look at this, you need to protect on-premise servers and workstations from ransomware and data loss without the complexity of multiple user interfaces and vendors, right? So ArcServe can definitely help you, right? We eliminate the headaches of sourcing discrete components of a whole solution with a central interface for on-premise backup and security process tools and infrastructure, right? We do this by means of providing a turnkey hyper-efficient appliance that combines flash accelerated deduplication storage, server processing, and high-speed networking with proven cybersecurity. Okay? Highly redundant hardware and cloud services. Going beyond traditional solutions, it eliminates silos so you can achieve IT resilience faster. Right? Now customers can entirely mitigate ransomware with an all-in-one security and data protection solution, delivering prevention and recovery of data backup of your data. Right? You can avoid having to how do we pay type conversations. How do we pay the ransom? Right? You can rely on your proven solution designed by experienced vendors combining over 70 years of experience protecting critical businesses, systems, and data from disruptions, right? Gaining that peace of mind. That's going to be important. That's probably the most important thing that you have is your peace of mind, right? And that any vendor can bring to you, right? We have single point of contact for backup, security, hardware, cloud services, right? And freeing up time by installing the appliance. It can be installed very quickly. I mean, we say 15 minutes flats. I've definitely seen it installed that quick. It depends on your environment, but definitely you can put this in, turn it on. It's got some wizards to go through, and you can be up and start backing up your environment, okay, relatively quickly from that perspective, right? And, you get, can get on-site support as quickly as every 4 hours with that. When we take a look at Sophos Intercept X Advanced and what we provide a lifetime license on our appliance for this. It helps you stop those unknown threats, preventing ransomware and deny the attacker, right? So we can all see that on there. How does it do it? It has a couple of different ways that it does it, about 4 different ways. It goes through, first off, it has a definition base, right? So it can recognize, based on definitions. Definition-based protection is dated, to be honest with you, but that's only one level of what they're providing. They also have, machine learning type of detection in there as well, and they're also managing and monitoring the files and everything on there as well, so that they can take and scan it, roll it back from that perspective, right? So they can take the cache the changes and then roll it back. We provide this, again, at no cost to our customers. It's a pass-through license, so you have the capability and you have this box locked down from that perspective. So, and again, just to reiterate, from a perspective, of number one, protection, right? Stopping the latest advanced malware threats gives you that visibility, proactively hunting invasive threats, and understanding how security incidents took place in the first place, right? How did that happen? See what you have in the cloud and secure it and get full application visibility on your servers. And then lastly, from a control perspective, right, make sure your configurations stay as they should and make it easy to set up and apply policies even across mixed and very large deployments. Now, when we take a look at the ArcServe's Cloud Hybrid, which is secured by Sophos, first off, we leverage this on top of our Unified Data Protection, our UDP product. Either you're coming from our software or you're coming from, one of our appliances, right? And this becomes a replication point, right? So when you have this, and this is also secured by Sophos, I've heard horror stories how, and read horror stories about how, unfortunately, the attacker was also able to get access to the cloud, not the ArcServe cloud, but in general, right? And then be able to also pull down backups, maybe even encrypt backups that were up there. So from a first perspective is we secure that to begin with. If somebody were to get past what we do from a security perspective, then we have the additional layer of having, so that cloud being secured by Sophos on top of that, right? This, helps you, create a complete data security protection and retention strategy to protect your critical workloads from major disasters without the complexity of multiple UIs and vendors, right? ArcServe can help you simplify your daily workload by extending your on-premise data protection with cloud backup and DR, secured by deep learning cybersecurity, right, to prevent those cyber attacks and data loss after major disasters. Okay? And we do this by means of hybrid cloud backup. So you're going to do a local first backup and then replicate the data up to the ArcServe cloud. And then you can have the DR extension available up there. Of course, you have the cybersecurity up there as well. And then you're doing this, from ArcServe data protection software. When we look at, from a product perspective and what we're providing, up in the ArcServe cloud, first off, it's a fully managed offsite cloud backup, okay? And from a management perspective of that backup, it's the same that you have on-prem. So there's no learning curve. because you're doing you're managing it in the cloud versus managing it local, right? It is an alternative to backing up to removable disk or tapes or something like that as well. Okay, give you the ability to actually do failover and failback with a feature we call virtual standby that allows you to spin up systems up in our cloud as well. Okay, and then you can restore, of course, files, folders, workloads, and do all of that on top of it. And then when we look at that data that and that workload, of course, it is protected by leading cybersecurity technology from Sophos. Okay. I can't say it enough, right? This is a very easy to use, simple solution, right? And then on top of that, we give you a subscription-based licensing for the cloud, to, again, ease of use, simple to license, simple to kind of manage from that perspective as well. From a perspective of, how the product is licensed, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but we basically license the product from a front-end terabyte perspective where you tell us how many terabytes you have in the front end. We have this, based on pricing, where you fall in 1 to 10, 11 to 100, and so forth. And then you buy, the appropriate terabytes in that tier, if you will. And if you need to later on add additional storage, you could do that as well. So maybe you take on a company or something like that, or all of a sudden you start backing up some data that you weren't before, you can easily add on to that subscription if you need to do that too. And that subscription is available in a 1-year and 3-year retention. Okay? And we cover that egress cost. And that's probably one of the biggest things for you is that when you take and when you look at our solution, you're not going to have to worry about, hey, I need to restore my data. Is there any hidden costs behind, getting my data back and pulling back down? Right? That's going to be covered as part of your subscription. When we look at, the ArcServe Cloud Backup for Office 365, what we're going to give you on this is, again, everybody should be backing up Office 365, right? If you're not familiar with Microsoft's shared responsibility model, what they offer is they offer, uptime of your systems, availability of your systems, access to your systems. They ask that the customer provide the security and the historical kind of backup of the systems. Now, it's true. I mean, there is, you can pull back, depending on how the data was deleted, you might be able to pull it back and recover it for a certain amount of time, but depending on how it's deleted, you may not be able to do that as well. Okay, so you should definitely be backing up your Office 365 data. If you're not familiar with their shared responsibility model, I would encourage you just Google Microsoft's, shared responsibility Office 365. There's all kind of information out there on it, but definitely something worth being aware of from that perspective. So everybody should be protecting their data on that side of things, right? This is going to be especially crucial, for regulatory compliance, as far as that goes. Definitely things like GDPR and stuff like that, right, are definitely going to require that you secure that data along with a lot of other compliancy. So just be aware of that. Okay? Now, when we look at the overall product, the Office 365 secure or protection secured by Sophos, right? What do you need to do? You need to protect that critical Microsoft data, that data that's up there, and again, from cyber attacks and data loss, right? Could be caused by human error, intentional deletion, programmatic issues, right? We can help you, kind of providing more effective support, employee communication and collaboration by unifying that data security and protection to keep Microsoft Office 365 data available, right? We do this by means of, a straightforward backup solution for Exchange, Exchange Online, right? OneDrive for Business and SharePoint Online, right? Secured by, again, the world's cybersecurity leader being Sophos, right, that gives total protection against data loss and ransomware. When we take a look at, how this model is licensed, right, from a licensing perspective, this is simply by number of users. Right, so we have a couple tiers here, 50 to 500, 501 to 1,000, and 1,001 above, right? So very simple, just like we saw on the cloud backup, the cloud hybrid, right? Easy to add users to this from that perspective. Egress is included, right, for up to 15 gigabytes per user per year, right, from that if you need to pull that back from the backup. So no extra cost is associated with that, right, from that perspective either. Okay, so egress always being a big thing to be concerned about and knowledgeable on from that perspective. Okay. And when we kind of look at, we're in a scary world right now with a lot of things going on with this virus and things like that. So, we're cognizant to that. We recognize that, people are working from home that weren't before and those kind of things as well. So ArcServe is offering, a solution, access to our Cloud Direct solution for 120 days, right, with up to 5 terabytes free cloud storage for that 120 days for your telecommuters. So I urge you kind of take advantage of this. Feel free to go out to the ArcServe website, arcserve.com, and you'll see the link right there on the main page to be able to go out there and, take advantage of this, give you that ability to back up. This is our direct to cloud solution. No local backup required or anything like that. No infrastructure locally. So do take advantage of that. We've always offered our unified data protection agent, for workstations, available. So this is to back up to a USB drive or something like that. You could definitely take advantage of that. So we have some tools out there to help your workforce and to help you, during this time. So I do ask that, take advantage of these things. They'll help you out in these times. So what can we do for next steps, right, before we get into questions? Check out arcserve.com, right, for solutions, right? You can go there and for information what's secured by Sophos, right? Also out on arcserve.com, we got consumer insights on ransomware and those kind of things as well. And definitely a lot of different white papers and things like that as well as trial software. You can engage with sales. You can get information for POCs. Somebody like myself would help you out and all like that too. So with that, I think I'm not sure if we have any questions or anything, but for the presentation side of things, I'm done today. Let's see now if we have any questions sitting out there.
Yeah, great presentation, Stacy. I've just brought up the poll question for the audience, which is what additional information would you like about the ArcServe solution? So yeah, let's leave that up for a minute here while we do some Q&A. First question that came in, unless you see any there that you want to immediately answer, one of the ones that I saw was, why did ArcServe need to partner with Sophos?
And that's a really good question. We took the approach that, what do we specialize in? What are we best in, right? And, are we going to do our customers a service for trying to get into a new market, right? There's always going to be hiccups. There's always going to be issues if you try to get into a new market that you're not familiar with, right? So that approach gives us twofold. Number one, right, go out, partner with a leader in that industry like Sophos. And number two is if things, unfortunately, down the road, right, were to change or something like that, we could change that partnership. I don't think that's really our primary goal there. We want to stay partnered with them, but it does give us that flexibility to make sure that, we can always offer the best kind of solution out to our customers. Okay,
excellent. Sorry, I was looking at another question here. I like this one. What can you do to protect if you need an air-gapped environment? Is that possible with ArcServe?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it kind of depends on, from an air gap perspective, sometimes I have where the environment itself is air gapped, right? So we can deploy in an environment like that, and we can do things like offline licensing. We could do things like, go off to tape or removable drives if we need to do that as well. So we can fully support that air gap environment, right, from that perspective.
Okay, nice. That's good to know that that's an option for companies that need that. Another question they're asking is, what's your method for off-siting data?
Sure. So for off-siting data, again, it kind of follows under that. If you want to handle that yourself, right, and you don't have a secondary location, then going off to another type of media like tape or disk or something like that. If you have a secondary location, then we could replicate the data from one location to another. That would be one method, right? And secure that data, right, in the offsite location. And then the third option would be to take that data, replicate it up to the ArcServe cloud that is secured by Sophos, right, as well.
Okay, excellent.
Right.
Well, Stacy, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, but there's some more technical questions there for you in the queue if you have time to check those out. Really great presentation. Thank you for being on the event today.
Oh, my pleasure. I do see those questions, so I will be replying shortly to the people out there, so thank you.
Awesome, and thank you to ArcServe for supporting today's event. For more information on ArcServe, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console, and of course, visit arcserve.com for more information. And with that, it's time for our next prize giveaway. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Daniel Ionescu from California. Congratulations, Daniel Ionescu from California. Lots more prizes and grand prizes even to give away, so make sure you stay tuned for those. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. W. Curtis Preston, Chief Technical Evangelist at Druva. Curtis, are you there?
I am here.
Great to have you on the event today. Yes, sir. Take it away.
Glad to be here. All right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in this great world of ours. I'm going to be talking about the new challenges that we have right now with a lot of things going on, one of which is COVID-19, and how we handle that in a data protection environment. For those of you unfamiliar with me, I've been specializing in data protection for over 25 years. I've written 3 O'Reilly books. I'm also the founder and webmaster of BackupCentral.com and the host of the Restore It All podcast. So let's talk about this idea of the changing issues in IT today. The first, of course, being the budget constraints. That's not really changing so much as it is, it just becoming bigger perhaps than it was due to a number of things, one of which being COVID. So for a number of reasons, companies aren't getting the budgets they have to, for example, to buy new hardware, to hire new people, number of things like that. And one of the biggest reasons for that, of course, is the supply chain concerns, right? So coronavirus has disrupted these supply chains, and so even if you had the budget to buy something, then you wouldn't necessarily be able to receive it. And if somebody was able to ship it to you, then what do you do now because you're working remotely, right? The next, and this is, I hate this, I hate just cyber threats in general, but the idea of cyber attacks just bring out the worst in mankind. So with coronavirus, all coronavirus did, well, not all it did, but from an IT perspective, one of the things it did is it gave cyber criminals another way to attack, right? So they're sending out a number of other, attacks that are specifically targeted to coronavirus concerns, and and unfortunately people are falling prey to that, right? The next thing here is talking about the legal and compliance concerns. because in the midst of all of this, there are a number of things that companies are doing to react to COVID-19, such as remote working, and unfortunately, they aren't always thinking about the legal and compliance concerns that they have along the way. So just a really quick overview of what Druva is for those of you unfamiliar with it. We are a SaaS platform for data protection. Everything we do is delivered via a service. So if you think of what Office 365 did for email, what Salesforce did for CRM, we are attempting to do for backup. We've been in this space for several years, and we back up, as far as I can tell, we do more in a SaaS data protection platform than anybody else. We protect endpoints as well as data centers and as well as cloud workloads, all to a single service in the cloud that runs in our cloud account. We actually we happen to use AWS as our infrastructure provider, and but you interface with us as a service, and so you do not need an AWS account, for example, to use our service. Everything initially starts with backup and recovery, and to that we add a number of other interesting services depending on which platform we're talking about. So for data center, we do disaster recovery. For everything, we add compliance and discovery and archival, and then also we add these features of analytics and forensics to be able to handle a number of other things, one of which is ransomware. So let me just talk about this is just an overview of one of the three products that we have. This is Druva Phoenix, which is, again, a direct-to-cloud backup architecture. So we handle all of the workloads on the left with this particular product. This is our data center product. We handle things like vSphere and Hyper-V. We handle NAS workloads, database workloads, and physical servers as long as they're running Linux or Windows. And the way it works is we use source-side deduplication. It's really important to understand. Most of the other dedupe products that you see in the market are what we call target-side deduplication, which means that the data that's leaving the server or VM being backed up leaves in its sort of full format. So if you do a full backup, it's the entire server. If you do an incremental backup, it's all of the files that have changed since the last backup, or all of the blocks that have changed since the last backup. And then the dedupe happens at the appliance that is doing the deduplication. That's the way most of the market does it. What we do is source-side deduplication. So we do all of the, basically everything that we first try to identify data that's new. We slice that data up into chunks or shards is another word for that. We run the hash on that, and all of that happens at the client. And then the rest of the work happens in the cloud, in our cloud system. And then we make the decision to send or not send the new data based, at the client level. And what we're able to do then, by doing it that way, by running the dedupe process in the cloud and part of the dedupe process at the client, we can actually do global deduplication across your entire account, no matter where that data happens to be. So we have customers, for example, that are backing up dozens of petabytes of data center and laptop data, and all of that data gets globally deduplicated together, which what that does is that it provides savings on the back end for you, because we charge you for how much data you're storing in the cloud. And it also provides network savings, because every data that we can eliminate from being transmitted reduces the amount of network bandwidth that you need. So that starts at the very beginning. We do the source-side dedupe, and then you're either, I forgot to mention one workload. So you see VMware Cloud on AWS up there as well. We support that workload as well. And then we go direct to cloud, is the way most of our customers do. For some customers, they want to, obviously if we're going direct to cloud, the restore is also going to be back direct from cloud as well. For some customers that want a quicker local restore time, we offer something called Cloud Cache, which is a no extra cost product that you can load on an appliance of your choice, and then we back up to that first, and then it sends its data to the cloud. We then store the hot data in the in S3, and optionally we can automatically migrate colder data out to less expensive storage in AWS, such as Glacier. You can then recover that data to anywhere else that you have loaded our product, right? So you can recover from any vSphere to any vSphere. You can recover from VMware Cloud on AWS to a vSphere on-prem, or vice versa, right? And then also we offer an additional optional disaster recovery as a service offering. So I'll talk a little bit more about that now. If you are interested in the DRaaS offering, then you do need an AWS account, because we will restore your environment into a VPC that you control.
The question here is the concern that we have about typical, and again, I'm not going to make a blanket statement about all products, but if your backup data is being stored on premises, the concern is that it is hackable via some sort of ransomware attack, right? How can the data possibly be immutable if it's stored on-prem? Because if I'm a black hat and I gain physical access to your server, I can do anything I want to that server, and I'll which includes literally setting it on fire. But if I can gain physical access, I can do all sorts of electronic things without actually doing something like that, right? So just this idea that on-prem is somehow more secure is just, especially from ransomware, is something that I would question. And if you're replicating the data, that's great. But again, that's a process that you have to manage. And then let me just jump over to the opportunities. The idea here is the way we're thinking about this is to remove that data, right? To get your backup copy, all of your backup copies off-site. To use role-based administration to make sure that the wrong people don't get access. The idea is that another thing is to change protocols. Most on-prem backup software stores the data in file format, which again makes it accessible via a ransomware attack. We use object-based storage, which again is just yet another layer of removal from something that might do damage to your data. Also, change ownership of the data. So a typical on-prem system, you and user IDs that are in your environment are being managed. If any of those user IDs get compromised, they can get access to the backup. So by handing it to Druva and by having Druva encrypted and stored in their system, again, you're changing ownership. It's, again, more security. So the idea here is, again, one definite question that we always get is, we don't manage the keys, you manage the keys, and the data is never stored in a readable format. It's isolated from your network, encryption at every stage, so data is encrypted before it leaves your site, and it's encrypted again when it's sent on the other side. And we do run everything on AWS for good network security. So I made an allusion to this earlier, the idea of disaster recovery as a service. So the way this works is your data is already backed up to and stored in the cloud. It happens to be stored in S3. We can, if you decide up front, you can set up an Amazon VPC, virtual private cloud, where you put our cloud connector in, and then based on decisions that you make up front as to how often you want to update that data, and you can specify the order of recovery and all of that. Basically, by doing this in advance and by prepping the data in advance, we can support a 15 to 20 minute RTO, right? Recover your entire data center in 15 to 20 minutes. And the RPO that we can support is up to an hour, meaning that the most you would lose in an outage would be an hour's worth of data. That is because that is as often as the Phoenix product in particular happens to run. And it doesn't matter if you have 5 VMs or 1,000 VMs, all of those, because of the power of the cloud, all of those VMs can be booted simultaneously. And that's why we're able to do it regardless of the size of your data center. We can do it in 15 or 20 minutes. We also support DR, both cross-region and cross-account DR in AWS workloads. So if you want to do DR of AWS workloads, we do all of the same thing I just described, but with those workloads. Just a real quick slide on, we've gotten a lot of great awards recently, right? So we named as a strong performer in the Forrester Wave. The stuff that you see on the right are basically reviews that we get from our customers in various things, everything from Gartner Peer Insights to Trust Radius. We've done very well from a product review perspective. And with that, I'm going to transition to Q&A and see if we have any questions out there.
Absolutely, yeah. We do have some questions for you, Curtis. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll that says, what additional information would you like about the Druva solution? So, yeah, let's do some questions here. Let's see. First one that came in, they're asking about is the Druva solution hardware or software or both? How does that work?
So it is a service, okay? So in order to use our service, you would put, it depends on what we're talking about. So if it's a laptop we're protecting or if it's a physical server that we're protecting, there's an agent that you're going to load on that server. If it's vSphere or Hyper-V, then there's an OVA type configuration, right? So we need some connection into that vSphere environment. So there's going to be an OVA that you're going to install to give us connections to that environment. If it's a SaaS solution that we're protecting, we also back up Office 365, G Suite, Salesforce. You're going to do an authentication, a one-time authentication between our service and their service. But the important thing to understand is the infrastructure, the storage, the compute, all of that on the back end that is something that you would typically manage with an on-prem solution or even a typical cloud-based solution, because most of them are simply on-prem systems that you're running in your cloud account. All of that goes away. That entire process is managed by us. So the quick answer is it's a service that you use by installing an agent or authenticating us in the appropriate place.
Got it. Okay. And so when someone needs to do a recovery, would say a virtual machine, would it be brought up in AWS or would it be brought up back on premises?
Yeah, so a typical restore would be a direct from cloud restore for that VM, direct back, typically back to wherever you backed it up from. You could also restore it to like VMware. So in the case of VMware, you could restore a VMware that was backed up in vSphere on-prem. You could restore it to VMware Cloud on AWS. And those restores actually happen very quickly. It is not what we do have some competitors that have this concept of instant restore, right? We don't yet have that. It's something we're looking into. But if you're talking about a recovery of an entire data center, the best way to do that, I think, is to use our disaster recovery or as a service or DRaaS offering, which is something that happens up in the cloud. And while it's not instant, it's 15 to 20 minutes for an entire data center.
Wow, nice. That's impressive. And then, so what's the licensing or pricing model around this?
So there are two different pricing models depending on which part of the product you're talking about. If we're talking about endpoints and end-user type things, such as either laptops, mobile devices, or Office 365, it's a per-seat license based on the number of people and the number of features that you're using, right? So if you've got an endpoint and Office 365, that's 1 point. If you're just doing an endpoint, if you're just doing Office 365, that's 1 seat. But if you're backing up the data center, what we do is we back up your entire data center, multiple data centers even, and then we do global deduplication across all of that, and then the resulting amount of data that's stored in S3, that's what we bill you for each month. And that's it, 100%. Again, competitive offerings, you often have to also pay things like egress charges, compute charges on the back end, especially if you're running it in your AWS account or your Azure account. Ours is one bill, one price, which is based on the number of gigabytes or number of users that you're backing up.
Okay, that's an important differentiation there. So this is a single bill from Druva, right, and with no egress
Single
charges.
bill.
I like
Yes.
that. Yeah. Okay.
The only exception to that is if you use the disaster recovery as a service offering, that does require an Amazon VPC. You would get a bill for the infrastructure that you have in your AWS VPC, but that's the only exception to that rule.
Okay, and that would only be, of course, if you chose to bring up your virtual machine, let's say in Amazon, which would be optional if you really needed it.
It's a good question. In order for that product to work, you need to basically pre-restore. That's why we can do it so quickly is that we're going to pre-restore your data center, right? And we're going to update that as often as you want it. But most common setting is after every backup, we update it to the most recent image. You're going to be paying for that storage, right? We create an EBS snapshot of your environment, which is the cheapest way for us to store an image ready to go. You pay for that, but then that's the only thing you pay for until then you bring it up, and then yes, you'd be paying for those VMs.
Got it. Okay. So if we go to the website here, we sign up for the free trial of Druva. Kind of, what's that process like? How do we test it?
So we do very quick proof of concept tests. We can usually have you up in about 10-15 minutes because the process of setting you up is very simple. And it's just a matter of we need something to back up, right? It's literally the process couldn't be more simple. And again, comparing us to competitive products, we don't have to ship you anything. You don't have to install anything on a server. Like from infrastructure server anyway, obviously you have to put some sort of agent or connect us to a service that you want us to back up. It basically takes 10 to 15 minutes to start off your first backup. So the process it couldn't be more simple.
Excellent. Well, I love simplicity, and I'm sure everyone out there in the audience does as well. A great presentation, Curtis. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you.
For more information on Druva, of course, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. And also visit druva.com and sign up for a free trial and give it a try for yourself. And with that, it's time for our next prize drawing. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Garrett Griswold from Illinois. Congratulations. And our next grand prize for an iPhone 11 Pro is going to Ted Wang from Texas. Congratulations, Ted Wang from Texas. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's MegaCast. That is Mr. Greg Mooney, Community Development Manager for IT and Security at Progress. Greg, are you there?
I am. How's it going?
Going great. Thank you for being on the MegaCast. Take it away.
Definitely. So thanks, everyone, for joining me today. I'm Greg Mooney. I am the Community Development Manager for IT and Security at Progress. Basically what that means is I kind of do a little bit about everything from IT, security. I started off as in system administration, did that for about 7 years. Now I basically, I have conversations, I speak at conferences and talk about, my experiences, other people's experiences within the company of Progress. I also have I'm an avid blogger and author for IT and security content. And I also host a award-winning podcast called The Frag This. You can check that out at blog.ipswitch.com. Ipswitch is Progress is formerly Ipswitch. We are an M&A. Ipswitch was bought out back in April, so if there's some confusion around the website, just want to point that out. We are Progress now completely, but everything is still, and what I'm going to talk about today around data protection, everything, all those resources are still on ipswitch.com. So that's IPSWITCH.com. So to begin, what I'm going to be talking about today is the 6 data protection features you're going to need to implement. Basically, every business today, and this is kind of my frame of thought, is every business today is a regulated industry. By that I mean most companies have to abide by some data compliance law, whether it be HIPAA, GDPR if you have customers in the EU, or even if we're talking about CCPA, if you're not familiar, that is the new California Consumer Protection Act that was passed a couple of years ago and is now being enforced as of January 1st, 2020. So basically, my spiel today is kind of about how you need to implement certain data security controls and data protection controls within your infrastructure in order to secure and move data from whether it was partners, third parties, what have it, because you may not work in the EU, and GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation that came out a few years ago, may not, you may say, oh, I don't work in the EU, so I don't care about that. I work based solely in the US or Canada or North America. And I would actually argue that that's soon not to be the case. U.S. version of the GDPR will come eventually, meaning that if you hadn't had to prepare for GDPR, there are now new state regulations that are going to be passed in the U.S. The U.S. version of the GDPR will come eventually. There have been over 300,000 complaints against companies and I'm sure we've heard about the ones about Facebook, Google, Equifax, as of today, there's been very little enforcement due to the current lax laws in place in the U.S. But last year, the Federal Trade Commission approved a fine of $5 billion against Facebook, and this is just the beginning. Smaller companies have been flying under the radar when it comes to data protection and compliance. The real only federal regulation that's really had some teeth, as most of us know, is HIPAA, and and that HIPAA's great, but it only covers personal healthcare information and PHI. But now that the most recent law, the California Consumer Protection Act, it's the first U.S. law passed on the state level that is loosely based on the GDPR. And basically what that means is, you could be charged $100 to $750 per consumer per incident if you have a data breach. So companies that make at least $25 million in annual revenue or have processed data of at least 50,000 people who reside in this is specific for California, obviously, but it's the fifth largest economy alone. So chances are you probably do deal with California. But the law also allows individuals the right to sue a company for noncompliance. There are some exemptions, such as if a business is already covered under HIPAA, if you're a healthcare organization. But in most cases, most companies are going to need to comply with the CCPA. And the information that's covered under the CCPA is Social Security numbers, biometric information, IP addresses, geolocation data. But and it also includes the right of erasure, to delete, the right to opt out of information being sold by third parties. So if you have a database of consumers, if your sales and marketing team is maintaining a database, or you're maintaining a database with a lot of information like that, you are going to need to abide by that. And you might say, oh well, I don't deal with California. Well, I'll also argue that New York has a similar law that is in place now for protecting consumer data, and other states, including Maryland, Massachusetts, Hawaii, to a certain extent, are also passing theirs. And there's also federal legislation in the Senate, but as we know, we don't know when that will be addressed or enacted. That could be years down the road, but basically the federal government has taken notice. So that is why every business is a regulated industry today, or soon will be, and you need to prepare. So in order to prepare, I want to talk about kind of the big six of data protection, as I like to call it, and that includes end-to-end encryption. You need to have data at rest and in motion. That means if you're moving data to an external partner or a third party, you're going to make sure that data is encrypted so there's no man-in-the-middle attacks, or if you were to be hacked, that data is encrypted and they would need a password, and also that would tie in multi-factor authentication, especially when, employees are working remotely now. A lot of your employees are probably using their own devices or a combination of their own devices and, company issued devices. But, multi-factor authentication allows, it's an added effect instead of just using password as the only means to protect access to your services and data within your networks. And in conjunction with that, single sign-on is also a very important thing, along with multi-factor authentication, because we know, obviously, ease of use is extremely important for your end users. They don't care about this stuff as much as you do. As much as you train them, they're still going to fall for phishing scams, that kind of stuff. But you want to have tools in place that give you the security controls you need to protect and secure that data so you can stay compliant, but it has to be done in an easy way so your end users don't have to worry about it. And this also helps eliminate what I'm going to talk about next, shadow IT. And another thing, and this may not be something that, pertains to a lot of you, but there's also, automation and scripting can help with, the maintenance side of things on, within IT and security. I know, for instance, I know a lot of companies still use FTP, for instance, to, move data, and that means you kind of have to build your do-it-yourself scripts, whether it's via PowerShell, Python, whatever you're using, to kind of automate the workflows back and forth. So we'll talk a little bit about that and a little bit about how automation can help you. So, why is shadow IT a problem? I know most of you probably deal with this on a daily basis, but, over the years, I've talked to companies, whether it's in healthcare, finance, you have it, you name it. They have, there's always been this issue of, okay, you got this guy in marketing, he wants to move data quickly, he can't, and so you tell him, hey, I need you to use these FTP servers, or I need you to use this tool to move the data, but maybe they struggle with it, or, there's too much work behind trying to figure out, or the training, and they just don't get it. And it leads to things like using, file sync and share tools like Dropbox and Google Drive. The problem with these things, obviously, is you as the IT and security professional, you do not have the visibility of knowing who has access to that data, when they have access to that data. There could be links to sensitive files, to sensitive databases out there. And if somebody leaves the company and those links are still out there, they could still have access to that. So you don't really have the access controls you need to strip that access to that data or delete those links. You're kind of allowing your employees to kind of control that. And, when it comes to data compliance, that's really going to be detrimental. And if there is a data breach because some random link is out there and it has access to sensitive business data, you are going to be held liable regardless of who created that link. So these are definitely things to consider. It's business critical. But and then there's always you need to report to auditors. If you haven't dealt with auditing, we deal with us personally. We deal with auditors all the time. We're when we'll talk about managed file transfer in a second. We'll kind of explain how we can help you with all this. But they're concerned about where the data is, who has access to that data, and where that data is now. And they need an easy way to get reports from you, the IT or security individual, or maybe even the CISO at your company, whoever your data compliance officer is. They're going to need to provide this information to auditors in the face of an audit. And this is going to happen with the CCPA. It already happens with the GDPR, as we're seeing. Companies, small companies, mid-sized companies, they're all starting to get fined, and people are complaining about their data not being out in the wild, whether it's through a data breach or just mishandling of that data. So this is, being able to report on auditing to auditors is going to be super important for you. And then obviously data compliance is what we've already talked about. This data needs to be encrypted to the highest standard at rest and in motion. So about automation, then there's the aspect of it. A lot of us kind of tend to bring it on ourselves. We like to save the world as IT people, and I want to create a script that can, or build my own program or my own systems and services within my own infrastructure. And that's you can do that. The problem is obviously you need to maintain these scripts. And I'm sure most of you, if you've probably come to a new company before and you've had to basically unravel, the coding of some system, whether it's for file transfer, what have you, and try to figure that out on your own. And obviously that's a huge, huge hurdle to go over, trying to figure out how somebody coded something. So, it's always been these kind of things with scripting has always been a huge issue. And, there's a large chance of human error. You can get data loss, data redundancy. So basically what I was saying, there's a lot of human error involved when it comes to scripting, doing it yourself, things like FTP, having FTP sprawls, having the need to know a programming language, but also service level agreements. You need to meet your service level agreements, and, business continuity is going to be super important. So that is why, obviously moving files is business critical. And we need to do it securely so we can stay secure and compliant. And that is why at Progress, we provide a solution called Move It, and it's a managed file transfer solution. And I'm not gonna go on a spiel of what is the best managed file transfer solution. We are actually one of the top managed file transfer solutions out there. Companies like Jack Henry, go to us, use us. Many healthcare companies use us. But basically the benefits of MFT are, obviously it eliminates the need. You can automate tasks, workflows, the movement of data. One example I like to use is in healthcare, like doctors having to send data to a clearinghouse or insurance company every day. You can have that as an automated thing, so you can meet the SLAs so that, PHI, personal healthcare information, can go to the insurance company and get received back. You want to be able to monitor and schedule that stuff. Other benefits of managed file transfer are, built-in reporting for auditors, tamper-evident logging, stuff of that nature. Also, we use at Progress the highest standard of encryption to move that data. And then, obviously the benefits of managed file transfer automation is, no program necessary. The list right here, it lowers the maintenance times. And as I said before, you meet your service level agreements, and you can ensure the data integrity and making sure that the data is when you send that data, it's going to be the data you sent. It's not going to be corrupted in any fashion or form. We also have antivirus to make sure that data you receive or send is not corrupted with malware. So that's also a very important aspect of, the movement of data. So as I was talking about before, the do-it-yourselves, plain FTP servers, we like to consider those kind of high risk. There's no encryption at rest. It's basically just you sign in with a password into an FTP server. There's no multi-factor authentication or single sign-on unless you've set that up on yourself, which obviously is a maintenance nightmare if something goes wrong. And then, along those lines is the homegrown. That's kind of high to medium risk. You can run into issues with not being able to support those types of things. But, other MFT software, is low to medium risk. But we like to consider ourselves very low risk because we've dealt with all different companies of all different sizes and different industries. And we have the experience, our professional services have the experience to get things implemented in the way you want to, and get your data moving in a secure and encrypted way and a compliant manner. So why would you want to choose Move It over everything else? So basically, the problems we solve, obviously, is moving business critical information. Like I gave you the healthcare example before, but you can also secure and control the transfers of critical data between users, locations, and partners. It's also extremely easy to use on the end user level. So it is as simple as we have drag and drop features. If you have multiple, it's it basically needs to be implemented on a Windows server or an Azure server, which maybe some of you don't have, but I will argue that we do have the ability to have people sign in through a portal, so it doesn't matter what OS your users are on. We have cross OS support in that regards because you can have them go through a web portal, and then you can use MFA or single sign-on, so you can know who has access to the data when. And we offer various solutions depending on your comfort levels. I know some of you like on-premises because you like to have the control. We can offer you Move It Transfer on-premise. We can offer, and Move It Automation can add on to that. But we also can provide Move It in the cloud on Azure, and we also have a SaaS offering of Move It if you so choose. So we have various options for our managed file transfer solution that will allow you to, kind of pick and choose. And our professional services will go over that with you. Our sales engineers, they'll talk to you and talk about what kind of implementation will work best for you. There's no limit on the amount of users. It's really how our licensing model kind of works is based on, the size of your company, how much data you're moving, especially if you're using the SaaS version of MoveIt, based on how many workflows or data movements you have per day, we can basically just figure out what the licensing model that will work for you based on your environment. So basically with that, I'd like to go to questions. If anybody would like to learn more about MoveIt, I can sound off, and if there's a question I can't answer, I can definitely refer you guys to the right person.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation. We got some good feedback. Thomas says they use MoveIt and love it and recommends it. So always good to hear that kind of
awesome.
feedback. Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah.
Thomas.
So let's see. While we do some Q&A, I'm just going to bring up this poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the Progress Software solution? So we can follow up with anyone who'd like more info. So let's see, first question that came in, they're asking is, what's the typical time to value for this solution, would you say?
So actually, based on some recent studies we've done on, from info security and other third parties, they have basically come to us and said that we have the best ROI for a managed file transfer solution by time of time of trial to implementation. We also have 24-hour support in case you have any issues with the implementation process or the ease of use after implementation. We are quick to implement as well. So we're looking at, it's going to depend on the offering you choose. But, if you talk to one of our sales engineers or professional services people, they will basically give you a good timeline. They'll set up a whole, calendar as to, how we're going to implement, the solution for you and how long it will take. But I can't say specifically because it's going to depend on if you're using on-premises or SaaS or in the cloud.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Well, good answer still. Thank you. Let's see. Next question. Why would I choose MFT over FTP?
Okay, yeah. So and as I said before, the big thing about FTP is you have to manage it yourself. What MFT is going to provide you is less maintenance, more ROI, quickly. Obviously you're going to have to script everything yourselves with FTP. Me personally, I used to have to manage server sprawls myself when, I was a sysadmin, and it took up a large chunk of my day, maintaining those servers, making sure there wasn't redundant data on those servers, understanding who had access to those servers. And it wasn't a fun thing. It was quite honestly a huge waste of my time and everybody else's time. And that is exactly why an MFT solution would be the perfect fit for you if you're dealing with that kind of FTP sprawl. And you also, we got the multi-factor authentication and single sign-on features, a sign-in portal, that, a web-based portal that can help you make ease of use top priority as opposed to, obviously using your own do-it-yourself FTP servers.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, good differentiation there. So next question, is MoveIt easy to use and implement? What's the deployment like for this?
So yeah, like I said, it's going to depend on your deployment, but it's very easy to use. Obviously, our claim to fame is ease of use. We are rated the easiest managed file transfer solution to use across the map, and that's why people love MoveIt so much. And I think Thomas will probably agree. It's the end user. It's easy to use for the end users. It's as simple as using a Dropbox or something like that, but everything's secure and compliant. And like I said, we work with the auditors, so ease of use is going to be huge. And I think that's the telltale of why MoveIt it gives you the best ROI out of other managed file transfer solutions out there.
Okay, nice. And then what are the most important compliance laws that I should be worried about is this question. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it's going to be depending on which, where you're getting your consumer data. If you're working in the EU, obviously it's going to be GDPR. I know Australia and China, they have their own data protection laws in place, but it doesn't really matter about what compliance laws you're following. The idea is you're going to be on the hook within now or into the next few years for making sure data is encrypted to the highest standard. And the movement of that data is encrypted, and you know where that data is at any given time. And we can help you stay compliant. We can't, obviously, we're not lawyers, so we can't make you compliant, but we can help with that with MFT.
Okay, awesome. Well, a great answer, great presentation. We got lots of good feedback. There's a few more maybe technical questions there for you in the queue. But Greg, thank you so much for being on the event today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
And thank you to Progress for supporting today's event. For more information, of course, check out the handout that's available there for download. And also go out and learn more about MoveIt and give it a try for yourself to make your file transfer woes go away. All right, excellent. Let's see. It's time for another gift card giveaway. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Bill Hardison from Georgia. Congratulations, Bill Hardison from Georgia. Still 2 more gift cards and 2 more grand prizes to give away on today's event, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next presenter on today's MegaCast. That is Mr. Adam Margett, Technical Specialist at Unitrends. Adam, are you there?
David, good afternoon. I am here. How are you hanging in there with everything that's going on in the world today?
Doing good. It's always great to have you back on the event, Adam. We look forward to your presentation. Take it away.
Fantastic. It's a pleasure. And thank you. And thanks, everyone who came out to join us here today and has hung on for the last, I think, probably three hours or a little over 3 hours ago. I got the email. Hang on just one second here. I'm having an issue with my console. Okay, and I've got it. I am back here so I can advance the slides, and we should be off and running. So thank you again, everyone. I think that this is a really timely event for Actual Tech to be putting on, and the last 3 months have really been kind of a whirlwind of cybersecurity, of disaster recovery, of business continuity challenges. And every time that I speak to one of our users or someone in IT, I hear about the immense pressure that everyone is really feeling. And that was certainly true before COVID, but I think that today it's even more exacerbated. And in a lot of cases, folks are concerned with managing new users that are now working from home. What does that open up in terms of security or productivity risks? We're looking for protection from cyber attacks. We've kind of opened up the surface and the number of attack vectors per user, bringing in new BYOD devices. And even internally, we hear a lot about skills shortages and concerns with, hey, do we have the right staff or the right team to migrate or adopt something like a cloud strategy? So we're going to talk to a little bit of all of that with Unitrends. And before I talk more prescriptively about some of the technology and what we're building, I wanted to introduce the company. And we're incredibly proud of our user community. We've been serving the data backup and recovery market for 30 years and are really proud of our 30,000 plus users across the globe that have come to trust Unitrends for their data protection and their disaster recovery needs. And it's really through the eyes of the user that we're thinking about when we're building products and looking to deliver our technology. We want to think about, how are you going to consume it? What does it do to make your day a little bit easier, or maybe reduce some of those manual tasks, or help shore up security and lessen that room for human error? We want to really build customized plans and work through. There are a lot of ways that you can deploy, kind of architect a deployment of our technology. We want to really customize that based on your needs, the unique needs of every organization that we work with, not just based on what we do. We don't pigeonhole you into one way of deployment or one way of doing things. We offer for our customers a white glove service where individuals and have a team of cloud experts that are your personal experts, and they're backing you and supporting your cloud environment at all times. But our solution has led to a very, very satisfied customer. We place a tremendous amount of emphasis into our support organizations, but we've also reduced some of the complexity in managing a BCDR stack by being that single point of contact for local cloud and SaaS recovery needs. Ultimately, what we want to do is increase your capacity to do other things, more revenue generating, productivity enhancing, user experience enhancing. We don't want you kind of babysitting backups and kind of scraping through error logs. But our reality has changed and very, very rapidly over the last couple of months. And I think that every organization has been forced to adopt what could be kind of new technology-based business practices. And with your employees starting to shift to that work from home, the demands on IT have increased dramatically, and it's also exposed a lot of organizations to increased risk of security, of data loss, and of falling out of compliance. So we really think that, today's platform in a lot of cases needs to be able to automate where it can and transcend some of that human error and reduce that room for error and action. Automatically fix problems itself. It's always available. It's protecting all of your workloads and kind of that invisible safety net. And that's really what we're trying to deliver for our users. Our platform is built on kind of three key pillars, and this is really what we're considering whenever we build a new product or a new release. The first pillar is recovery assurance. Again, the ability to automate that testing so that we have visibility. We've granularly tested down to the application layer of our backups, spun them up in an isolated environment. We know what the RPO, the RTO is, and we have full confidence that that workload is recoverable. There's not kind of an empty backup or a corrupt database. We've vetted that backup fully. We also, through some of that automation and some of the self-healing and remediation, want to give your team time back, help you work together faster. And some of that automation is enabling the human element to contribute more valuable work to the organization, while supportive activities, that recovery testing, the automatic restart or remediation of VSS service errors is being performed reliably by the AI. IT is focusing now on creative thinking and product crafting, customer service, leadership of the organization. You're not kind of bogged down with what we'd consider those low-value manual tasks. The middle pillar is recovery protection, and I often find that when we're discussing BCDR, it's inevitable that cybersecurity comes into the conversation. In a lot of cases, backups are considered your last line of defense, and one of the challenges is that your team can't be experts realistically on every threat. You need answers that are readily available. We've built in some proactive monitoring into our Office 365 backup solution, detection that's evaluating signatures, change rates to identify anomalies in the data set that we're backing up. And the last piece or the last pillar is that 360, Recovery 360, or kind of that global view of your environment. We talked about briefly being able to protect all workloads, but you don't want to be digging for answers. You've got one common place, one common UI across all of your tools. So if you're looking for backups that are for your local environment or backups for a user in the SaaS environment, you kind of got that one global interface, and then you just drill down into the modules as needed. You're not hopping between different UIs and kind of burdened with putting in a username and a password here and there. You've got kind of that global view to easily drill down into modules as needed. So a local deployment of our technology starts with an on-premise, typically would start with an on-premise backup appliance, either physical or virtual. You can use our hardware or your own, and that's going to be deployed to protect your virtual machine workloads, physical server workloads, specific applications, and NAS storage. We have compatibility with over 250 versions of applications, operating systems, and hypervisors. Now, we're certainly going to kind of get that data off-site, but I wanted to talk about what that means when you've got kind of an all-in-one appliance. And for a lot of folks, their BCDR stack may look something like this. They've kind of added in and stitch together different pieces of technology as they've built out different needs and different functions. But in a lot of cases where these products have some integrations, they may not always have the smoothest interoperability. And in a lot of cases, we hear about how that's opened up kind of unnecessary complexity and risk into the environment, sort of that sprawl. Now you're jumping through multiple UIs. You've got that risk of, hey, breaking a connection when we apply an update to a particular aspect of the system, and kind of those little errors, tuning and managing that system. When we talk about our all-in-one presenter, unlucky, yes, the all-in-one simplicity, so that deduplication, that compression, the ransomware detection, that's built into the appliance natively. You're not bringing in tertiary storage or kind of an expensive proprietary device. That rack mount unit is that all-in-one backup appliance for that local environment. And we've taken some steps. Obviously, COVID has been kind of stealing headlines, but ransomware is still a significant concern, and we've seen a rise in phishing attacks up over, I think, 600% was one of the most recent stats that I saw over the last 3 months. And security is absolutely paramount, and we've taken steps to harden our backup appliances in the backup environment to help ensure that you've got that safety net and those clean points of recovery. The first comes in prevention. We operate our appliances on a hardened Linux kernel, and Linux, because of their hierarchical nature and the permissions model, makes it very, very difficult to run executables with the permissions necessary to access and encrypt files once they've been written to a repository. In essence, you would need, or a threat actor would need, access to the root access or password to be able to have that level of permission to encrypt backup files. You're also benefiting here from a mutable data architecture. That means that once we've written a backup to the appliance, that data cannot be changed. And if it can't be changed, it's not going to be encrypted by ransomware. Subsequent backups are stored as incrementals. There are no changes written to existing backup files. So if a machine were to at some point be infected, there may be a more recent backup that is no good, but typically in that chain we will have, prior to that infection, a clean, usable point of restore. We have never lost an appliance or had an appliance wiped or encrypted by ransomware for users that are following, again, those best practices. But that's not to say that we've never created a bad backup or backed up an infected client. That's where the detection comes in, and some of the machine learning that we've built into our solution. We have an AI algorithm that runs against every backup that our system creates and analyzes it against historical changes, looking at things like the entropy or the overall randomness of the data, rates of change, signatures, so that we can push out proactive alerts to identify that malicious activity. If you do deem that systems are infected, you've taken the steps to quarantine them, disconnect them from the network. And again, it's that recovery assurance piece that it provides, or that is that confidence in having a clean, usable point of restore. Just a note on that recovery assurance, yes, it does run the testing engines, and you can kind of see an example here that we're going to execute in an automated fashion scripts against these specific workloads. These could be specific to applications such as SQL or Active Directory. You could run a query with an expected output, for example. You could verify the NTDS database service for your Active Directory, but you can also use the same job that's powering this testing to spin up an isolated lab environment for DevOps or QA, patch testing, et cetera, and to orchestrate failover. I think that the biggest point here about recovery assurance, and what our users absolutely love, is that it's taking them beyond that screenshot verification and not just benchmarking compliance, but certifying the underlying data and the workloads. The level of confidence that our users have, and these reports that you kind of see a snippet of here are easily exportable, is second to none for them. So we really kind of call that our proven protection. But there are, unfortunately, environmental issues or conflicts that may prevent the backup from being successfully run in the first place. And while recovery assurance would identify errors or issues with the backup file that's created, we don't want those environmental factors to hamstring some of those processes. So what that may look like is, you're looking to take backups of a Windows client in your environment, and that's set to kick off at 2 in the morning. But hey, you've got a writer in a failed state. The backup appliance can't properly communicate with the system and receive the data to create the backup. So you come in the next morning, your recovery assurance test didn't run. We had a bad backup. We had a failure. You've got these error logs and messages that, hey, the backup failed. There was some sort of error. We want to eliminate some of that from your environment, and what we call that is our Helix self-healing. We want to give you kind of autonomous healing and remediation of the most common errors and issues in your environment. So you're going to install, it's a SaaS platform. You install a lightweight agent on the assets that you want to protect. Our early remediation scripts include healing for Windows assets. And once you set it up, there's no management. There's a SaaS or cloud portal that's running all of that management and those remediation scripts, and it's going to evolve with our technology. So with Unitrends Helix, what that scenario would look like is rather than coming into those failed backups and errors throughout your appliance, you would come in to an email from Unitrends Helix, and it would say something like, Adam, we detected that this particular writer was in a failed state. Before we took the backup, we safely restarted that service. The usage was within the allowable amount, so we knew that the machine was not in production. It was 2 a.m. We rebooted that service. The backup was taken successfully at 2:45. We're sending you an email to let you know that an action had taken place. And you come into a successful backup in an email rather than kind of a headache and a day or a half day's work, just kind of troubleshooting and digging through logs. So today, we are automating appliance updates to keep you up to date on the latest security features and security patches. Out-of-date software is a risk and loses its value very, very quickly. We're monitoring and remediating issues and errors with VSS services. So again, great for those Windows environments to ensure that you've got clean, consistent backups. And some of the things that the team and our development folks are working on includes space checks for virtual disk, so we can verify that a virtual disk has enough space to mount a snapshot before we take a backup. Maybe even automated server recovery upon detecting a failure. IT is off, putting out a fire somewhere on campus or somewhere else in the building. The client goes down and Helix safely initiates recovery. We're kind of working through some of those different use cases, but we're really, really excited about the potential of this platform. So we've touched on a lot of the local aspects, and it's critical that we get copies of data offsite. You can safely replicate a copy of data to a removable format such as disk or tape. You could send backup copies to another storage device, a NAS or a SAN. You can even archive into public clouds. We would also recommend that a fourth copy is being sent to the recovery site, or what we call the hot site. And that's really what's going to power DR here with Unitrends. And you've, again, got some flexibility here. We do integrate with public clouds and public cloud environments for the goals of migration. You could perform DR in the public cloud. What that might look like, for example, is you deploy our virtual appliance in AWS, and you replicate your backup copies to that appliance. That, in essence, is the target, and that could be used for recovery in AWS. You could archive into S3 or into Google Cloud Storage, kind of that cheap and deep storage. That virtual appliance that you've deployed through the AWS or the Azure Marketplace, in addition to functioning as that replication target for DR, piece is, again, backing up those cloud-native workloads or those cloud running instances. So we do have some different use cases for public clouds, but one of the challenges that we hear, too, is that for organizations that are potentially a little bit smaller, or they're limited in their IT staff, or you've got, a few folks that are wearing a lot of different hats, they may not feel confident that they've got the expertise to leverage a cloud service or a cloud platform and do so effectively. And that's where we do offer a purpose-built cloud service. And what we've done here is really tuned our cloud operations with a very specific use case in mind. In this case, it's cloud backup and cloud recovery. We want to take that risk out of cloud adoption and shorten that learning curve for organizations that are looking to use the cloud potentially for the first time. So we deliver a turnkey approach to address these particular needs. You're getting a cloud and a service provider with a sole focus on delivering cloud backup and recovery, geographically dispersed cloud configuration. There's minimal to no management by your corporate IT staff. And the key piece as well is what we call our white glove service, which is a turnkey disaster recovery offering. In essence, we will onboard and seed mission-critical workloads into the Unitrends cloud and build out a failover or recovery environment. Our Cloud Cores team handles failover and assists the local IT groups with recovery of service in that failover process. Your only responsibility in the event of a significant outage or error is to place that phone call to Unitrends support, and our team takes onus of the process from there, spinning up and recovering those workloads, helping you reroute that user traffic, and maintaining that environment until you're ready to restore back down to your local site, and we help you with that failback process as well. So for a lot of our users, these services have enabled them to really mitigate the need to develop some of that cloud knowledge or DR knowledge as a core internal competency. They're leveraging key services from us to back up and recover applications and data in the cloud. So just another way of doing things, and one of the key services that we offer, we call it our white glove service. But it's not the only one. There is kind of a new use case, and I think really relevant with COVID, is our direct-to-cloud backup for endpoints and for endpoint devices, your PCs and your workstations. We've designed this to be easily deployed protection for your mobile workforce. You install a hardened version of our file-level agent on each machine, and that is going to be paired with an instance in the Unitrends cloud. Now, this is a backup service. We're actually going to be using an incremental forever strategy. So once that full backup of the machine's file contents have been seeded, we're going to be sending just incrementals so that we can securely transmit as little data as possible. All data is going to be deduplicated, compressed, and encrypted in flight and at rest in the Unitrends cloud with our AES 256-bit recovery. And you can have IT administrators perform recovery for your users and kind of help them through the process. You could also leverage self-service recovery, in which the user would get kind of a stripped-down version in which they could log in, and maybe you're just restricted scope or access to the backup files that are pertinent to their machine, so they can solve that challenge of, hey, you know, I could have sworn I had saved that presentation on my desktop a couple days ago, and now we just can't find it. We're often seeing users pair that Unitrends cloud backup in conjunction with a service, a syncing service. Maybe that's a OneDrive for users, for example. A lot of organizations shifting to Office 365, but it's critically clear, and Microsoft, Google, even Salesforce had more recently rolled back some of their protection, or some of their, I shouldn't say protection, but they've rolled back some of their backup services to be more in line with Microsoft and Google's SLAs. So Salesforce is not offering any longer kind of that white glove recovery service. The sole focus of these SaaS providers is maintaining their infrastructure and their availability, not your data. So don't mistake geo-redundancy for backup. You still want to protect your organization from accidental deletion and the permanent or that hard deletion error, beyond which data is unrecoverable from Microsoft after it's gone through a couple of stages of purging. You've got internal and external security threats as well as compliance implications as well. So to augment SaaS offerings from a backup standpoint, we have Spanning. It's a cloud-to-cloud backup service for Office 365, the G Suite, and Salesforce.com. You can recover deleted data, meet long-term retention and compliance requirements with unlimited retention, and your backups, again, similarly to the Unitrends cloud, are being fully managed. So you can have users, again, perform their own self-service recoveries anywhere that you can access the web interface, and you're licensing it the same way you do your Office 365 today, per user, per month. And with O365, for example, this will back up your mail, calendar, contacts, OneDrive, and SharePoint. But one of the enhancements that we've layered or integrated with that Spanning is really the benefit of being part of a larger organization under Kaseya. And a real significant security challenge today is that, you know, users are using the same passwords for most of their websites and logins. Office 365 is no exception, but consider where that corporate account is not just giving access to Outlook and SharePoint, but also to your collaboration services such as your Microsoft Teams and Planner, your business intelligence applications, Power BI and Dynamics, but also other systems, maybe financial systems, your Salesforce, your customer data, where users are using their same corporate email address and a very similar password or a variant of that password email, and the exploitation of weak or stolen credentials is the leading hacking technique today. And again, you want to ensure that these different systems are protected. Leaked credentials essentially could lead to an account takeover attack. We've seen a really significant increase in these sort of attacks in which cyber criminals have stolen or bought credentials that have been leaked in third-party breaches. They're then reused to gain easy access into corporate systems. They can start to propagate email compromise, gain access to other accounts and other systems, even perform internal phishing attacks. It was Microsoft recently that shut down thousands of domains because there had been threat actors on the inside that were phishing internally with other domains on users' tenants. So Microsoft kind of cut that off and had to really regulate that. It's a significant challenge, but we have a way to kind of enable your users to go on the proactive, and it's integrated dark web monitoring. And what this tool is going to do is it's purpose-built for your Office 365, so there's minimal management. Again, it's kind of a supplement here, but it's enterprise-grade protection, front and back-end protection of your SaaS environment for your SharePoint, your Outlook, and your OneDrive. The dark web monitoring tool will alert you to compromised or stolen employee credentials. It will identify the data breach or the variant that we detected this from. It will share a password hit, the first few characters of the most recent password that was detected on the dark web, so that you can begin that conversation and take steps to secure any accounts that have potentially been compromised. But the great piece here is that you can leverage where it is determined that data has been lost or compromised. You leverage Spanning's audit reporting and search capabilities to quickly determine where data loss has taken place and then perform the necessary restores. I would have loved the line to have held on just for me to kind of wrap there. I do want to move into the Q&A. There were a couple of promotions that our sales teams had asked me to share with folks. We recognize that it's a really challenging time for a lot of organizations, and we don't want that to be prohibitive in terms of acquiring the technology that you are looking for. I actually had shared these promotions the last time we were on a MegaCast or an EcoCast event, and someone had reached out. They had just taken over as the IT director of a school district in Texas. They hadn't been left with really much in terms of data protection, and they were attempting to recover from disk failure in one of their virtual arrays. And he remembered that we were offering free hardware. So those appliances that we were talking about earlier, we're offering a 100% discount on our Recovery Series appliances. So a lot of our customers have been able to shift from a CAP to an OpEx model by just putting through on support there. We also have on the Spanning with the integrated dark web monitoring, 50% off per user, and a 50% off our Unitrends Cloud Backup. So there's more information you can find on unitrends.com. There were a lot of hyperlinks in our handout. I just linked our slides in today, and there are more URLs that I put into our PDF handout than were on my presentation here. So do feel free to download that and kind of click through. We've got all of that information and access readily available for you. David, I apologize for the connections here. If we've run totally behind, I understand, but we'll pass it back over to see if there was any Q&A that had come in.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's bring up this poll question for everyone in the audience. The question on the screen is, what additional information would you like about the Unitrends solution? So one of the questions that came in, and Adam, I'm sure you can see the questions there just as well as I can. If there's any that catch your eye, feel free to bring them up. But one of the questions that they were asking is, do you have a partner program?
So yes, Unitrends does have a partner program, and actually if you go to unitrends.com, in the top right corner, there is a little hyperlink for partners. You can submit a quick registration form. I think it's just your name and your email, and a member of our team will reach out. We have dedicated partner managers for the different geos throughout the United States and in EMEA, in Canada for the regions that we are doing business. Competitive levels, discounting, spiffs, and more. So absolutely, check out unitrends.com, and up at the top right, look for that partners link, and you can read a little bit more about the program and contact one of our partner managers to continue or start that discussion.
Excellent, excellent. Another question, do you offer cloud services in Canada?
We do offer cloud services in Canada, and we adhere strictly to strictly to the laws of data sovereignty. So while there are measures for redundancy in place with all of our data centers, no data is being replicated outside of the country of origin.
Okay, nice. Another question, where can I get a trial of your software?
I would recommend going to unitrends.com. We have as well kind of a great place to get started and a lot of different materials and resources. But unitrends.com/downloads. We have free instances of our software, of the spanning module and tool, of our cloud backup. You can sign up for that preview program and kind of get an early look at the solution there as well. So unitrends.com/download, a great place to get started with some of the full feature trials that we offer.
Excellent, excellent. So unitrends.com/download, a great place to download trials of all the different Unitrends solutions. They have a number of available. Adam, it's been really great having you on. Great presentation as always. I want to remind everyone to check out Adam's slides that are there in the handouts tab. Adam, as he mentioned, the promos are in there. Unitrends is having a number of special promos right now for companies who need new data protection and disaster recovery solutions. And last time Adam was on the event, there was quite a few questions about those promotions. So make sure that you get a copy of those slides and check out the promotions for yourself. And with that, thank you everyone who answered that poll question. I do want to announce our next set of winners. We have another Amazon $500 gift card going to Chris Evans of Illinois. Congratulations to Chris. We have our next grand prize, an iPhone 11 Pro, going to Derek Rivera from Colorado. Congratulations, Derek Rivera from Colorado. And then after our next presentation, just one more presentation to go on the MegaCast today, and we'll be announcing our final Amazon $500 gift card and our final grand prize. So make sure that you stay tuned for that prize drawing. And before I introduce you to our expert presenter from Metallic, I've got a couple poll questions for you. I'm excited here in just a moment to be introducing Haran Pereira, who is a Principal Product Manager at Metallic, which is a new Commvault venture that you'll want to learn about. Before I hand it over to Haran, I want to first bring up one poll question here, and that is, what workloads are you considering for your cloud data protection strategy? And this is a multi-select question. You can select one or multiple answers here, and I will share the results of this poll with you. Haran is very interested to find out exactly what type of applications or workloads you're planning to protect. All right, lots of responses coming in. Thank you, everyone, for those. Let me go ahead and share the results of this with you, or for you, I'm sorry. And looks like 45% said on-premises virtual machines. That's the greatest workload here that people are trying to protect, followed by Office 365. Very interesting, 42%. Followed by 31% and 31% VMs in public cloud and databases. Thank you, everyone, for responding to that poll question. We've got another couple polls right after Haran's presentation. And with that, I'm excited to introduce Haran Pereira, Principal Product Manager at Metallic. Take it away, Haran.
Thanks, David. Thanks, everyone, for having us. My name is Haran Pereira, Principal Product Manager at Metallic, and I'm excited to present Metallic's SaaS backup and recovery solutions to you today. So a quick agenda of what we'll be going over. We'll be giving you some insights from our customer research, our approach on how we're addressing today's backup and recovery challenges, and an intro and a demo of our products. So before we went out and built Metallic, we did a bunch of research, and what we found was there is a very high rate of organizations changing their solutions. You'll see that stat there from Gartner on the left-hand side, saying that most will have replaced solutions they installed in 2018 by 2022, or 40% of organizations. And that, when you are digging down into why that is, we find that the current solutions out there just aren't cutting it. So if you have a look at some of the pain points, the one that stands out to me the most is that one in the middle where 64% are experiencing recovery failures, right? And that's not good when you've got a backup and recovery product. It's not doing half of what it needs to do. And when we dug a little deeper, we found that that's because people are implementing some entry-level solutions and expecting better results. What we found, though, with our enterprise-grade data protection that Commvault has in market, we have very high customer satisfaction. But we also found that those types of solutions sometimes are out of reach. And that's because sometimes people just don't have the time and infrastructure resources and capital expense required to implement those enterprise grade type solutions. And at the same time, our research showed us that we're seeing organizations using cloud for a lot more of their workloads. And what was surprising is that 90% of organizations expect to use cloud for their data protection strategy, at least some of it. And that's a large growth here. And if we look into why that is, it's all the benefits of cloud that allows customers to navigate the challenges that they're having with backup and recovery solutions, traditional backup and recovery solutions. So that allows them to overcome their challenges with, large deployment times and a lot of time spent on maintenance. So really reducing that operational overhead and also reducing capital expenditure costs and being able to pay for what they use and having some flexible payment options. So we decided to bring to market Metallic, which is enterprise-grade backup and recovery with the simplicity of SaaS. It's Commvault's first SaaS suite of products. And in the product suite, we have Core for server backup and recovery, Endpoint for laptops and desktops, and Office 365 for Exchange, SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, and Project Online. So the backing of Commvault means you get to leverage that enterprise-grade technology that's been built over the last 20 years, but also you get that organization behind you, right? So that's pointing to the customer support satisfaction, the best that is available in backup and recovery products. You get that from Commvault as an organization with Metallic as well. And when we talk about the technology, we want to focus on the fact that this is a proven technology in the industry to take customers from as small as tens of users to tens of thousands of users, which we have currently on Metallic, and also to take server backup and recovery from a single terabyte to multiple petabytes, right? So this seamless scaling is happening there in the background. Okay, so touching on the architecture for Metallic, all the backup and recovery services live in the cloud, so it's a cloud-native solution. And this provides an infrastructure air gap from your production infrastructure and workloads. It's the ability to recover at any time. So there's no need to recover the recovery system when an event happens. All those services are maintained by Metallic, so a much bigger lowering of overhead. So there's no need to apply updates to systems. That automatically comes with the service. Also, you get that security that the service holds, those security certifications. You can check them out online, such as ISO 27001, SOC Type 2. All the data itself is encrypted in flight and at rest with AES 256-bit encryption by default. And having these as services that a customer can subscribe to in the cloud, all that is ready, waiting to go, and customers can be up and running their backups in as little as 15 minutes. So it really is a true SaaS offering. There's no software to install or to run backup for Office 365, right? There might be a little bit of software to install to run backups for laptops. And for servers, they can also back up directly to cloud. And if customers want to leverage their own infrastructure and their own existing assets, their own existing storage assets, we have what we call the SaaS Plus model. And going into the SaaS Plus model a little bit, it's a capability that allows you to use our product as SaaS purely, if you're, say, protecting your workloads directly to cloud. Plus, it gives you the capability to leverage your existing investments in your assets, such as on-prem disk libraries for local copies. And those local copies are very, very important because there's lots of data being moved across when you're backing up large server environments. So having a local place to back up to allows you to get your recovery point objectives met, and also having that local copy right there to recover locally at LAN speeds across the local network is crucial when you're trying to meet your recovery time objectives. Plus, we have the ability for you to use cloud storage, and by default, Metallic Cloud Storage is available, or customers can use their own account. So this is unique in the industry where we give you our cloud storage, or you can bring your own. We understand that you might have obligations to use your Azure or your own Azure or AWS account, whether they be security needs or whether they're spend needs with those providers. We give you that capability, and we're unique in the industry because of that. So digging a little bit deeper into the core backup and recovery product, I'm not going to go into all the nitty gritty, and this is not an exhaustive list of all of our features, but what I will say is you have that industry leading performance and scale used by the world's largest enterprise customers and proven to work for them. And that active on-prem copy available for LAN speed backup and recovery, crucial. Also, you have rich granular recovery capabilities needed to meet demands of many of our enterprise customers. So the ability, for instance, to recover a VM disk out of place to a different VMware vCenter in the time of an event, a DR event. Also, one of the key features that we've built into our SaaS platform is we have baked in best practices. So you're also gaining our 20 years experience in product. So when we give you recommendations on where to back up your data to locally and where to back it up remotely, they're all based on experience of rolling out these solutions in the enterprise. And the last thing I'll touch on is built-in anomaly detection to protect you from ransomware. And what this does simply is create a baseline of the profile of your data, but also understand how it changes. And when it deviates from that baseline, such as a lot of data isn't backed up all of a sudden because someone's deleted it, we alert you to that. A mass encryption event we can also pick up on, and we say, hey, maybe you want to check this out, and maybe it's time to do a recovery. So that's core backup and recovery. And then we have Office 365 backup and recovery. One thing I'll point out here is we have very wide coverage in the way that we back up Exchange, SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, and Project Online. Some of the widest coverage here in the industry. There is zero software to deploy in this as well. So there's zero software or infrastructure. The configuration can be done in 15 minutes. And with that configuration, you get an enterprise grade solution with granular recovery capabilities that you'll find is very powerful. Also, there's unlimited storage and unlimited retention with Office 365. It's included in the per user price. So really there is no additional cost to calculate with Office 365. The per user price is TCO. And finally, we have endpoint backup and recovery for laptops and desktops. Some of the standout features here are the geolocation, the ability to do secure erase and remote wipe of a laptop should it go missing, left in an airport lounge or something like that. Also, the granular recovery capabilities that you get here are the same that is used for our server backup product. Remember, this is the same code base across the board. We haven't introduced any new technologies here. It's all built by Commvault. Also, you get unlimited storage, and there are no additional costs with this one either. The price is the TCO. And with this, you also have those built-in anomaly detection capabilities that we mentioned for the server backup product. So before I get started with the demo, I wanted to let you all know about a promotion that we have going on at the moment. With today's environment and the recent events, we've realized companies have had to move to supporting the remote workforce almost overnight. Well, in fact, it pretty much was. And with that, we've seen an increase in an attack surface. So there is basically more home networks for people to try and get important data from. And with that increased attack surface, we also have an increase in cyber attacks. So endpoint protection has never been more important. And to support the community, we would like to offer free use of our endpoint backup and recovery product through to September 1st, 2020. Alrighty, so with that, we'll get stuck into the demo. So for the demo here, what I want to show you is the Metallic Hub. The Metallic Hub is a one-stop shop for everything Metallic. I'm going to log in here, and what you'll see is each product sits on its own tab. Metallic Core for server backup and recovery is on this tab here. The ability to back up VMs, database servers, and virtual machines. You have also Office 365, the ability here to back up your Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, and Endpoint for laptops and desktops. So I want to show you here, just to hit home some of the things we talked about, a configuration of a file server. First, we set the context for what we're protecting, whether the file server is on-prem or whether it lives in cloud and we want to back up direct to cloud. So for on-prem, we recommend backing up via a backup gateway, so you can keep a local copy for that crucial land speed backup and recovery, and also the ability to create a cloud copy for secondary offsite backups. So here I'm setting up a backup gateway. This is just an installation of our software on a server of your choice, can be virtual or physical. And then we're going to set up configuration of the server we want to back up. We'll download and install, in this case, software to a Windows server and connect up with that server. You can do mass deployments as well. That is also an option. And once we've found that installation, we can continue. And here is the option to choose a local storage device. And that local storage device connects to the backup gateway. It can be disk connected directly to that backup gateway, or a UNC path where you can access that disk across the network. I'm going to choose one that I've set up here earlier and continue. We also give you the ability not to keep a local copy if you don't want to. Now with the cloud storage, we mentioned Metallic storage is available. This is actually geographically redundant storage in Azure. And here you can select your primary region. It will automatically replicate to a secondary region. If you choose not to use our own storage, the Metallic storage, you can choose to use your own storage account. And here we're going to show you, if you chose your own storage account, you can select from Azure or AWS S3 storage, pop in all the regular details that you would, such as selecting the region, putting your authentication details in there for your access key and secret key, and bucket name. I'm going to choose one I've selected, set up earlier. That's an S3 infrequent access bucket, and then go next to the plan screen. And a plan defines the frequency of the backup and the retention, both locally and on cloud. And this is some of the baked in best practices you'll see here. With all of these plans, we say keep data locally for the minimal amount of time, so 15 days or 1 month. And also you can customize these plans. So we know that you might want to have your own policies that you want to put in place, so we make that very easy for you to do as well. So again, I'm going to choose one that I've set up here beforehand and create the plan. And now think about these onboarding capabilities, also lowering overhead so that you can offload these tasks to juniors in your team or other people such as database administrators. Database administrators make it really easy, and that goes a long way to lowering your admin overhead. And Office 365, I'll show you the configuration of Exchange, just the first part of it for time's sake here. So we start off choosing where we want our region-based storage to sit. I've chosen the United States in this instance. And then we take global administrator credentials from you. And with these global admin credentials, we actually go off into your Azure environment and create the Azure AD app, which we can connect to, that allows us to get access to your Exchange data. And it also creates things like service accounts. So we create, a bunch of service accounts so we can do parallel stream backup and really make sure we can hit that aggressive recovery point for you. So that's the Office 365 configuration. You can see how that's super straightforward and simple. Also, the last thing I'll show you here is endpoint. You can download and install packages. You can put those in your software deployment system. You can also configure a SAML provider for integration with your Active Directory. Also here you'll find resources. So we recommend you go check out our documentation online. Also with our documentation online, you'll find all the details about the products that I've talked to you about today. I also recommend you go check out the pricing. We're very transparent with our pricing. Everything can be found online, and check out the free trial. We really recommend that you go give it a go yourself, especially now that we've got that promotion for laptop backup free until the 1st of September. We highly encourage you to test out the solution and give it a go yourself. All right, so that wraps it up for the demo, and I think we can get started with some Q&A.
Absolutely, yeah, great presentation, Haran. We do have some questions for you from the audience. Let's see, a first one that came in, they're asking, does Metallic protect against ransomware and malware?
Yeah, thanks for that, David. So the way we approach ransomware protection is in 3 parts. So first of all, we want to make sure the data is fully protected and making sure that that's protected well ahead of time with that infrastructure air gap. The second part is providing that anomaly detection. So I mentioned before, we create a baseline of the data profile, and we can alert someone when there's a mass deletion or mass encryption event. And that gives information to the customer to say, hey, look, in this area, you might need to perform a recovery. And the third part is actually helping with that recovery, right? So we really help get a speedy recovery completed from searching that index. We have a very powerful index of all the data that we've backed up. So you want to find the very specific data that you need to recover, and then recover only that data, because the least amount of data that you need to recover is better in a scenario where you're being held to a recovery time objective. So yeah, they're the 3 parts for providing ransomware protection.
Very nice, very nice. I like that that's built in, definitely. Next question came in, and they're asking, how granular can you get with virtual machine recovery? Yeah,
okay, so that's a good question. We've actually been protecting virtual machines since they first came about. So with the instance of, say, VMware, we've had customers, enterprise customers, making demands for more and more capabilities. And over the years, we've developed pretty extensive granular recovery features for, say, VMware. We also have the same granular recovery capabilities for, depending on the hypervisor, Hyper-V and alike. So going into that a little bit, the granularity goes from recovering, say, a full virtual machine to recovering the guest files within the virtual machine, or even the virtual machine files, so the VMDK, the VMDX file themselves. We also have the ability to recover disks, like just the VM individual disk to the original VM. In fact, with all of these options that I've talked about now, we can actually do recoveries out of place. So if you wanted to, say, recover a machine from one vCenter to a different vCenter because you lost a data center, we can absolutely do that. And these are real powerful granular VM recovery capabilities that you want on your side in case of an emergency.
All right, so it's great to know that you can do granular recovery for VMware. That's certainly important. I know so many companies out there are using VMware vSphere, so we've got to be able to get that data back and get exactly the data that we need back. Next question that came in, they're asking is, what's your pricing and how do you calculate egress charges for data recoveries?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the pricing works for things like Office 365 and Endpoint. They're per user priced. and you get unlimited Metallic geo-redundant storage included with those two products. And that storage, when Metallic storage is used in general, there are no egress charges at all. So if you look at Office 365 and Endpoint, there are no additional charges whatsoever for storage or compute or egress for that matter. So you can basically say that the per user price is the total cost of ownership. Now with Metallic Core for the server backup, it's priced per terabyte, and Metallic storage is available as optional. So that SaaS Plus model means you can use Metallic storage if you want. And if you do use Metallic storage, that gives you all-inclusive pricing for your storage. It gives you the geo-replication and no egress charges. However, if a customer chooses they want to use their own storage, they bring their own AWS and Azure account, and that may suit them better.
Very nice. Very nice. I like that. Transparent pricing, no egress charges. Next question that came in, they're asking, basically, if I were to rephrase it, if they sign up for the Metallic.io trial here, kind of what's the process? How does that deploy? How do they test it out?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the Metallic trial, basically, you can go to our website and you'll find the free trial button there. And it takes you to a spot where you fill in your details, very straightforward. In fact, as soon as you've put your details in, you'll get access to the hub that I showed you before. And you can start using all three products immediately. And you have the laptop backup is available for, I think, up to 1,000 laptops until September 1st. That's the only limitation that we've put there. And you can, if you wanted to do Office 365, that's just a configuration. As I mentioned, no software or no infrastructure to deploy. And the server backup and recovery, you actually get 1 terabyte free with 1 terabyte of Metallic storage free to use during the 45-day free trial also.
Very nice. Yeah, sounds very easy to get started with. Just go to metallic.io/trial and sign up. Haran, it's been really great having you on the event today. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, no problems. Thanks for having us.
All right. Thank you to Metallic and thank you to Haran for the excellent presentation. If you have questions about the Metallic solution, please go get those in electronically. We will be queuing those up for Haran. I've just brought up a poll question on your screen that says, which of the following criteria is driving your move to SaaS delivered data protection solutions? I'm interested to see the results of this one. I'll just leave that up while I announce our next prize. That is for an Amazon $500 gift card going to Mary Steinhardt from Wisconsin. Congratulations, Mary Steinhardt from Wisconsin. All right, and thank you everyone for responding to that poll question. Let me go ahead and bring up the next poll. Actually, before I do, I should point out the greatest reason that people are choosing to move to SaaS delivered data protection. According to this poll, 21% said flexibility, followed by almost an even tie here on ease of use, security, and economics. So very interesting. But number one being flexibility. All right, next poll question, and I'll just bring this up while I announce our final prize winner for a grand prize. The poll question on the screen says, what additional information would you like about the Metallic solution? All right, and our next prize winner, this is for an Apple iPhone 11 Pro, is going to Vinny Macachinio. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. I'm sure I am. Vinny Macachinio from Washington. Congratulations, Vinny from Washington. I want to remind everyone to hopefully fill out the poll question that's on the screen there. Before you go, I want to remind you to check out the handouts tab there with all the handouts from today's presenters, as well as a link from Metallic. If you click on that link, that will take you to the Metallic website where you can sign up for a free trial of the Metallic solution and check it out for yourself. All right, thank you everyone who responded to the poll question that's on the screen. We do appreciate it. Before you go, I want to remind you to follow Actual Tech Media over on LinkedIn and also subscribe to the 10 on Tech podcast in the iTunes store. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And finally, I hope you'll watch your email inbox for an invitation to our next MegaCast. It's happening next week, and it's all about supporting public, private, hybrid, and multi-cloud efforts, featuring Cohesity, Nutanix, SolarWinds, Faction, Rubrik, TierPoint, and Couchbase. Really cool stuff with some more cool prizes. So again, thank you everyone who joined us on the event today. I hope that you learned a lot and had a good time. I know that I did. We always appreciate your support at Actual Tech Media and wish you all the best. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.